Yahuah. Alright, tanks refilled, coffee remade. Was able to use the facilities here. A great little station, Yakima Sinclair on Elm Street. Hallelujah. Okay, we don't want to be playing that. That's probably a copyright. 579 miles on this here tank. She's all topped off, red eye to go. So, bobtailing it from, well, pretty much my hometown all the way here. 19.7 miles to the gallon, Baruk Yahuah. I ain't never seen no fuel economy like that in this truck. But, you know, we've given her a bit of love. We put in some services, and Ruach of Yahuah is with us. Tada Abba. Hallelujah. So let me get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't need that. So basically, she's telling us now our next stop is 877 miles. Well, obviously, we're not making that on this here tank because we got 579. So what I really need to be able to do is find the place to get more fuel. And I'm not sure what that's going to turn out to be. At this point, only Yahuwah knows that. I might try to see if I can get somebody to help me. Yo, these guys just sitting here smoking something. And I'll just tell you, it ain't marijuana and it ain't tobacco. I'll just leave it right there. Right out here in the broad daylight. Abba, please give Hassad. May they come to know you, the only Yahusha, Yahusha HaMashiach. Okay, so it's got me going out a different way than what I came in, so we'll see. Speed limit. This is Yakima Nation, but this is actually not. This right here was called Tobina or something. Yakima Valley Farmers Clinic. So we're going to go east on 22. This light right here. That's a sweet tractor you got there, mister. That's a beauty. I see a lot of really pretty trucks out here on the highway. There go another Peterbilt right there. Okay, this is 55. Oh. It's funny how I get in the habit of using my right thumb for the cruise control because of the Santa Fe. Much longer, and I won't even control the car. counterintuitive to me. I put the whole place to myself. So, wow, that's not something that I would be expecting to hit here. Highways looks like a lot of farmland, chicken. Gosh. At least my understanding. Let me know what you think. I'm pretty sure we had looked up the last two. Remember that first that's weird. He's four, half the floor, his lights on, and like turn his lights off. They pull back for a bit. I don't know what he's doing. Alright, 5260. Some of the roads that I picked might not be great overall, you know, because they might be a lot slower. Single lane. I mean, you know, I got here on the track. I think it probably happened when I shut the door.
that he's continuing right where President Biden left off. This is the mask coming off, and this is predictable continuity. He's still trying to pose as if he's holding all of this. He's reasonable on Russia knows this is a trap.
Bear with me. Let's see, do I want keep open in split screen view, or open pop up window? I'll do that.
They were never going to agree to it. The U.S. wants to pivot to China, deal with things for the immediate threat, and then circle back around the deal with Russia later. There is no U.S. has many vote it wants to maintain it. The U.S. is not going to compromise.
Okay. We're not on a globe. There's no such thing as a globe. There is. It's not a real thing. Who are trying to like shoot something and start spouting off out my road. I always like to use this analogy, like I'm traveling right now. So pull over to a gas station so I can ask for directions. Am I going to receive directions from somebody who doesn't know where we are? If I'm talking to them, I realize that they don't even know where we are right now. Like they don't know where they are. How are they going to tell me directions? The answer is obvious. I'm not. I'm going to try to find somebody else who knows where the heck they are first, then ask them where it is that I shall go. And also, if you believe in this geopolitical thing that these nations are like rivaling against each other and all this, I personally think that there's issues with that as well. Watch, the guy will go on to say a lot of things about Trump that are true, but he'll have these foundational things wrong. I mean, it's been on for 40 seconds. He's already come up with some incredibly important foundational truths. You know, think about it. You know, as a dispatcher working 911, the key things, the 5 W's: who, what, where, why, when, weapons, right? Means, you could say by what means. Oh, he says he's going to kill you. By what means? Does he have a firearm? You know? When did this happen? Where did it happen? Who is involved? Where are we? On a globe. Yeah, that's right. Still in Washington, right? I should ask the guy that thinks we're on the ball where I am. See what he says. All right, let's see what that guy has to say. This guy. Actually, look at that cloud coming down. Right there. Write in the comment what about it is, if you know. barely been on the road that long and a crazy amount of bugs on the window. What time did I leave? I left, you know, it's really close to 4 hours ago now. 186 miles, 4 hours, averaging 19.9 miles a gallon. Dang, Qadashayam of Yahuah. That is great. This, Baruk Atah Yahuah Adonai. Tada for Abigail. Thank you for this truck. Please keep us safe. Bring us swiftly back home. In Yahusha's name. Hallelujah.
They're not going to make peace. American strategists actually believe that they could win. They believe they would reemerge with an advantage. There's something seriously wrong here. And the problem
I believe everything.
In White House. World War III is already happening.
This is a house of cards, and it is in the process of collapsing right now.
You're going to see an economic failure. You're going to see.
That's true. That's coming. That's that black horse.
Canadian prepper here. So today on the channel, we're joined by Baruk, a geopolitical analyst, also a former Marine, and the host of the New Atlas YouTube channel. He's known for his assessments and incisive commentary on military strategy.
Other properties like this one coming up, you're going to see real quick. This is a really pretty house. Close to the road. But they got a lot of land around there working. And plus, this road, there's not really a lot of traffic on this road. There is no one behind me in my rear view. Pass a little truck that wants to get on the road. And then I got, there goes a big Ford, a big Freightliner tanker truck, and a little Chevy, I don't know, Equinox or something. That's it. There's nobody again. Nobody. So, I don't want to look back close to the road, but surely how about that land? Maybe even head of cattle. I don't really know how to be a herdsman, but I can learn.
And global affairs. Now, Brian, I know that you, and perhaps, you have not been fully apprised of some of the events of the day. So where should we be aware of that Donald Trump sent out the following tweet? What Vladimir Putin realized is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean really bad. He's playing with fire. Now, the last time I had you on, we were focused heavily on the Iranian conflict. And at that time, there was a lot of boisterous talk about prospective peace at Istanbul, and Trump was talking about, big deals, trade deals, big deals that were going to be made with the Russians. Within a few weeks, it appears as though we've now entered the realm of this tantamount to a death threat or a threat issued to Vladimir Putin. I really do think we've entered into a new realm of lack of negotiation, I suppose. And it appears as though the facade of diplomatic niceties, if it ever existed, is crumbling.
Check out this machine, guys. Look at this tractor. Bam. Dang. That thing is no joke. It's pretty infuriating what the government does to farmers with regards to their big old John bombardiers and the computer systems that are on them, and how they can't do a lot of different repair themselves, like even if they know how. And yeah, the way they put a lot of things on lock, you know, it's true with these trucks too, the emission systems and the diesel particulate filters and all that. Anyway, kind of a shame. You guys know, you should go try to look it up. Go try the picture of Putin and Bush W in their pajamas going to their moon goddess worship, cult, sacrifice, whatever. You guys are in the same club, man. This is freaking silly. There is no drama. The whole thing is orchestrated, and it's been building up for a long time. Remember the Rocky movie with the Russian? Oh boy. Alright, what's going on here? We got coming into some kind of little town. Okay, so we're going down to 45. Drop her on down to 49. There's a bunch of these type of crop things, hanging garden. I don't understand what it is. It has something to do with what they're growing underneath there, I'm sure. Alright, slow her down. Welcome to Mabton, Mabton, home of the Vikings. We got a four-way stop here. The diesel pump. I wonder what they got cost was. Told me the cost $3.99. I'm not sure what I just got. I know it was way cheap what I saw earlier today. Actually, I might be able to check that out. Let me see if I can. Just bear with me. I'm going to check to see if I open my dyno page. It shows me what I got. Message center. Let's resume. Countdown. We got that just advertisement. Transactions free. Here we go. At $93. At 372. What did I say that was? $3.99. Huh. Dang, I got better price than this little put on place. That's incredible, y'all. I'm gonna try to keep the air on a really low, the seat air on a really low level to help keep the battery pack cold, because heat is the enemy of battery.
Facade of diplomatic niceties, if it ever existed, is crumbling. What is your take on the developments of the past week? Because obviously, even before you went to bed, things were wildly out of control. Can you give us your assessment of where we're at with this Russia-Ukraine war?
Well, the last time we talked, we talked about continuity of agenda and how the Trump administration was simply picking up right where the Biden administration left off. And a lot of people might have listened to that conversation then and thought that was unlikely. Now it seems more like it's in reality, despite the administration taking office and all that his made for
that it's no, just share that. Okay, yeah, that's part of our script. Get it out. We're gonna have our own little moon landing here soon too. Okay. You know, just like the Antarctic Treaty. Look at those moves. See, they got some fresh grass here. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now share the big lie. They have kind of treaty for the land of Antarctica. Like I usually say, what piece of land anywhere they're not countries like going to war, like they're just going to be like agree that it's just they don't own, or, the minerals, whatever resources there are. Yeah, go up on that little hill. That's pretty gorgeous.
Secretary of Defense gave access to in Brussels for this year. He talked about spending budget for each NATO member from 2% of their GDP to 5% of their GDP. He talked about expanding the collective West military industrial base. He talked about pairing essentially a coalition of the willing, European and non-European troops, not American troops, to go into Ukraine, initially freeze the conflict and create a buffer zone. From that moment onward, every day, every week, we saw Europe combined. They fulfilled their responsibility under this directive to the point where we even had the UK Secretary of Defense or Minister of Defense tell Secretary Hegseth across the table, you told us to do this and we did this.
These
There
are
a genuine desire for peace. Russia was
no.
purely
Man, you know people are lying. You know that they're full of it. You know that they're actors. And they're going to talk about all the things that they say and do as if it is real. The shadows that the clouds are casting, the sun, and you got the shadows. They're actually quite amazing houses. I'm always amazed. No matter where I go, maybe like 15 or 20 minutes away from some like very expensive property house, and I also find some pretty run down dilapidated. So there are filthy windows everywhere. What are you doing to get all that money? Like, what kind of deals gotta make to do? My Yapa Pasha says, and I completely agree. World rewards only. World rewards its own. So, sus. I mean, way up there is a white house on a kind of hill with a thousand lake. Switchback road going up to it. You're probably going to see it right after this boat and outbuilding. Right there's a switchback road that goes to that house, which is some kind of house. And there's another one right over here that's equally impressive. And they overlook all of these. So said to me, not everything's a conspiracy theory, Jeremy. Actually, the more you learn and look into this, you're going to see that pretty much all the things come down to this cosmic conspiracy, the fallen angels. Yeah, this world very much runs on illusion and conspiracy. And that are abominations, like the blood of innocent. Vengeance belongs to Yahuwah. He will judge. Front end loader right there's like the one in front end. 1980. 1980. Yes. Yeah. 88. An interesting number surrounding Trump and holding on. I'm gonna turn this guy back on in a second, but I gotta make an exit off of this. So, here for a second. Interesting little trailer park map valley right there. Last time it was National Dash. I don't know how much it was. A year and something. A year and change. And it's funny how the guy told me $5, and you know it's like maybe you do that. You pay it, like, it's cool. Have other people that high that all the way back in and then stuff. And wearing, you know, $50 wings or something. Really, like you got 4 brand new cars here, Saturn and Rover.
The conflict, so the U.S. could give it to China. Give it to China with this and so built Russia later. There is no desire to say something Russia will see China or run or anything. That's that's what's on all the rest of the 21st century. And now these comments we see on social media, this is the mask coming off, and this is some are calling it Biden Part 2. I call it predictable continuity.
Yeah, it's incredible. Us at one another. Maybe until July. conflict, because it seems like something must be happening that is wildly escalating. I mean, every night is like more and more from this now more in the Gaza Strip. There's just so many points of escalation of the past week, and more rhetoric from Trump. Have we transcended? I know you say mask off, but wouldn't it be in the interest of the continuity of the agenda and the the passing the buck to the Europeans for Trump to just be kind of a silent partner? Why does he feel it's social account? Let's get real.
Really?
Or if that's just some sort of psyop. Why does he feel to inject himself into this discourse? Because these seem to be like, this doesn't seem like something necessary for him to say at all constructive. Not that that's ever stopped Trump in the past from just not being able to perhaps obtain what he really thinks.
Heaven
but
hills.
Why now? And what is going on that has them so worried? Like, is this really a veiled threat? Do they know something substantial is about to occur? And I'm kind of referring to or hint at this buffer zone idea. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
The initial plan was to try to form Russia into agreeing to some sort of ceasefire, moving these troops into Ukraine and freezing the conflict. Obviously, Russia knows this is a trap. They were never going to agree to it, not under current conditions. So the United States and its proxies, European proxies, and of course Ukrainian proxies, what they should do is create that might be more conducive to either force Russia into agreeing to a ceasefire or some sort of accommodation that'll help freeze the conflict, or precipitate conditions that will allow or create the justification, at least rhetorically or in terms of propaganda, to move these troops into Ukraine regardless. I think that was always the plan. Many people who have followed this conflict since 2014 and especially in 2022 predicted that if this was coming to an end, if it looked like Ukraine was about to collapse, the West would move into Ukraine and create a buffer zone in whatever was left of Ukrainian territory. So I think that's what they're maneuvering toward right now. They tried this facade of diplomacy and trying to push and pull Russia into agreeing to a ceasefire. This is not working. Obviously, Russia never agreed to this, so now they're moving to the next phase, trying to find a way to fix this. Looking at Ukraine fighting capacity has been gradually waning over the last 3 years. They have a substantial and unsolvable manpower crisis. They are incapable of recruiting manpower to replace their losses on the battlefield. And the people they are recruiting are incapable of being properly trained before reaching the battlefield. This is unsustainable. You cannot continue fighting under these conditions, and unless the collective West does something, their Ukrainian proxies are inevitably to crumble. Russia will continue gaining territory. The lever that the U.S. has the ability to use this to overextend Russia and to diminish they want to preserve the ability to do that, and escalation is a good way to do that. The U.S. is reaching Europe and doing.
So it's 68 degrees out there. I look really dry. I don't think I crossed the border yet. I forgot which one I'm going to go in first. Idaho? Maybe? Yeah. how green that is right there. That needs to all come from irrigation. That's what we're supposed to, be, right? Maybe that's true. I don't know. Saw this guy was he's like a farmer in Washington area, maybe near the Olympic Range area or something like that. Anyway, he lets a lot of the soil be enriched by organic material, just instead of like treating it with chemicals and, you know, removing all the weeds and whatnot. It's a different style. It's interesting to me. Like, and the guy's also interesting because he has kind of like a bum leg like me. He's over there like with his little pick hoe thing, you know. Just he's growing these like amazing fruits and vegetables, and you know, the soil appears to be really rich and healthy. I think he even refers to it as like Garden of Eden. I think he's a Christian. He's an ex-Christian guy, and it's really interesting because it's like, well, what would the land look like if we didn't apply our so-called intelligent methods of farming to it? I don't know, but it makes me curious. What do you think? What do you think the Earth would look like if it wasn't for us doing what we do? Pretty green and vibrant and, you know, teeming with life and bearing much fruit and all that. That's what I think. You know, it's like when the grass grows and it gets these pretty flowers and stuff that, of course, they're going to want you to spray some Roundup on that or whatever. You know, that's weeds, dude. You can't have that. You need to cut that grass. It's like, no, dude, it's adorned. It's wearing beautiful flowers. The grass will wither and the flower will fade. And if you let for a few seasons all that stuff grow up and then just return to the soil and then grow up and return to the soil, I'm pretty sure if you sow some seeds in that, it's going to be awesome. And in Durah, I don't have this completely studied out, but I've been enough to take notice. You know, they plant, say like you plant a vineyard or a fruit tree, you don't consume any of the fruits, like definitely not in the first season, and you don't even use it for sacrifice to Yahuwah for, I forget now, is it 5 years? Darn it. I think we went over it in the book of Jubilees, talks about it. Probably in Yashar too. I want to go into Yashar. Yashar means upright, and they tell us that's all Jasher, which I don't even know what that means, but it's probably unclean, whatever it is. Did I just miss my turn? Was I supposed to go down that way? I think I might have. Let me see something. Oh yeah, I could turn this on. trying to listen to these guys, Aki. They just drive me nuts. Anyway, look at those big buildings out there. Somebody is running an operation that's got some serious coin. And we're not that far from that other land that looked so barren and like desolate, really. I can hear that there's some wind on the truck here. And I do notice that the fuel economy is ticked down just so slightly. I'm trying to learn and pay attention to the truck, how she acts. We did come up quite a bit of altitude there. We climbed up, so that could have knocked it down a bit. But it says that she's getting between 18 and 20 on the computer that shows current. 18, 20, 19, 20, 18, 20, just like that. The truck's averaging 17.7. It used to be actually quite a bit lower. I feel like some of the engine treatment that I put in here really did help. Let me see. Over the past 220 miles, we're averaging 20 miles a gallon, and I just think that's rock star solid for 6.6 liter Duramax, or any other big diesel for that matter. Alright, 10 miles, let's see. These guys don't have a chance with us.
A lot of this escalation through Europe. Another thing that happened very recently actually was Germany, of all countries, announcing that the limit on Western weapons, the range that they're allowed to be deployed across and into Russia, has been completely lifted. There are no restrictions. Ukraine can take any Western weapon and fire it anywhere they want, the maximum range into Russia. And if Germany sends their air-launched cruise missiles, the Taurus air-launched cruise missile, this could potentially even reach Moscow. And so lifting those restrictions is not something Germany or France or the UK can do unilaterally. The US would have to agree to this. It would have to be a US directive. And yet, instead of the US announcing it, they've laundered this escalation through Germany. So there's a kind of a complicated game being played here. Even President Trump's most recent post on social media, he's still trying to pose as if he's holding all of this back, as if he's being the reasonable one, and it's Ukraine and it's Europe. They're the ones that want to escalate. When we know restrictions on use of Western weapons, this was a U.S. decision. This goes back to admissions all across the Western media from the New York Times admitting. From the moment the U.S. overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014, they seized control of the intelligence agencies, and they had been directing them ever since. Since the special military operation began in 2022, it was U.S. generals in Germany, in a command center in Germany, running every aspect of this war, not Ukrainian commanders. They were in the lower rungs of the chain of command. It was always the U.S. waging this proxy war against Russia simply through Ukrainian and to an extent European intermediaries. So I think the goal still is for the U.S. to play the part of the good cop, even though it's obvious to all that they're the ones running the entire show.
Yeah, because it seems as though, like, if you're saying that it's a foregone conclusion that NATO troops will ultimately enter into Ukraine, so the Russians must know that, and that must be something that is already being, sort of tacitly agreed to, in a sense, that we'll make it so far, and then obviously the western part of Ukraine, Russia probably doesn't want to have anything to do with anyways. I mean, depending on who you talk to, but farms. Presuming that if we take the Russians at their word, they're saying that they don't have the means to govern, you know, that part of the country that is ideologically opposed in a lot of ways to Russia. So it seems as though these comments from Trump are just
genetically modified. Kirk wants it. Yeah, I'm thinking it's food for profit, genetically modified. Otherwise, you know, you got to pay a lot of extra money and you got to be fined and whatever. Fined, I don't know, special licensure. If you want your food to be registered, organic. Who knows if you can trust the labels anymore, man? This whole beast system is out of control. We know that heavy metals are raining down from the stream. I like that truck. Look at that truck. It is wide open up here. It's kind of cool too because we came up that windy road and it was a steep climb, and then we're just landing on this plateau and we've just been going on and on and on, and it's just flat as can be. You see those windmills way back in the distance? I don't know if you can see those on the camera. I just see the white thing sticking up like way back there on the horizontal. Ooh. Some more cattle right there, pinned in, standing in mud. Even though there's all this, look at all this green. Well, you probably can't see that. I don't know what you can see on this side. Claiming to be wise, we became fools, eating things that do not profit. Oh, that's pretty. See the breeze? Yeah, there's quite a breeze blowing across here, actually. Crosswind, so it's not headwind. So everything's going this way. Little bit off the windshield, it sounds like. And because this is just so flat, I would think that I would be getting the optimal fuel economy that I was getting at all today, the best. And it's just not the case right now. So I think that's because of the wind. My DEF level is 27%. I got a container back in the back there. Baruk Atah. I'll have to pick up another. I mean, out here on the road when you're doing this type of work, I remember when we came across this country in 2020, there were DEF. There was DEF at the pump. You just get it right at the pump. That was pretty awesome. I don't even know when I changed time zones. Sure. I'm trying to think about when I might get to talk to my Shah. And unappreciated laborers that we got. Truck drivers. It's freaking sad. life is pretending to be something they're not. What's admirable about being fake? Crazy, man. Instead of people who actually, I don't know, work hard, bring food, stuff like that. There's fruit trees on this side. Probably some over there. South shop and down here. There's a large body of water dead ahead. Get this up here. And looks like we're gonna turn. Yep, I gotta make a left there, so you're gonna be able to see quite a bit of that water here in a second. A little authentic Mexican food place. Probably pretty amazing. And I think, like some places are a place like that. Back on Highway 82. Interesting. Yeah, you guys probably can see some of the water off there in the distance. Actually, the clouds that I'm seeing in the screen are gorgeous clouds over there. Those are, you guys can see. See how that could be, because maybe it's kind of diagonal, but yeah, they are. It's like a tailwind now, so I wonder if that means I'm going to start seeing that number tick up. Let's see, still at 20 right now. 12 miles. Sure would be sweet to have a co-pilot sometime. Find a place to get some fuel and whatnot. I can always pull over when I get close and then look for what's near. But soon, I'll be willing, I'm going to have an extra 95 gallons worth of fuel. That's going to be a lot less stopping, because right now she's got 30. Plus, I'm sure there's some reserve amount there. Not for sure about that. Maybe 30 includes the reserve. I don't know for sure. Look at these power lines, man. This stuff here. I don't see how that could be well for life to be around underneath those lines. There's no way, man. All that frequency and everything. Anyway, I'll go ahead and turn these guys back on.
Unnecessarily escalating the situation, and then you talked about how the U.S. is still providing all of this intel, and they're kind of posing as a third party when they're not. Well, yesterday in the Black Sea, there was a P-8 Poseidon plane that was flying just outside of Sochi, and to see a manned aircraft at this stage in the game, when we're supposed to now be, dealing with the peace president. I don't even think that Poseidon plane came that close to Sochi during Biden's term. And especially seeing as it happened right after these alleged assassination attempt on Vladimir Putin, now, whatever that was. Regardless, in the current, more intense climate, to have them fly that plane so close, knowing full well that Russia would likely not intercept it or bring it down in the same way they probably would one of those unmanned drones. I mean, that's a pretty serious escalation, it seems. What do you think about that?
Absolutely, and it's evidence that President Trump was disingenuous when he talked about peace, that he's continuing right where President Biden left off. This is a U.S. war on Russia, fought through Ukraine. Everything Ukraine does is made possible by U.S. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. These flights are part of providing that information, that targeting information to whoever these Ukrainians are pushing the button, if they're even doing that much. And so every time we see these flights over the Black Sea, whether they're drones or they're manned aircraft, this is always to find and monitor targets and then direct Ukrainian drones or other assets to them, or the use of these air-launched cruise missiles that France and the UK and now possibly Germany have been supplying to Ukraine. So that it's just a sign that this is going to continue to escalate. Europe has openly said they are escalating. Lifting the restrictions is a very serious escalation. And it's interesting, again, how President Trump is making these comments on his social media platform. He hasn't talked at all about Germany speaking for the U.S., saying the U.S. lifted these restrictions as well. Where did we hear the announcement from the U.S.? Is that what the U.S. is doing right now? So there's so many contradictions. For anybody who really wants to know the truth, all the contradictions are there to tell you there's something seriously wrong here, and that the problem starts in Washington, regardless of which administration is in the White House.
Like, it seems to me, if they wanted to freeze this conflict and pivot towards China, I don't know if they're going about it in the right way. I think there's probably a way to even if that is their strategy, they could probably, rein in Kiev a little bit. But they're not at all, which is strange to me. And now Russia's going to be put in this difficult situation whereby you have this manned aircraft flying right outside your border in a place which is commonly visited by high-ranking Russian officials and it's summertime, of course, so people are going to be going on their vacations, and I know Putin has a place there as well. So, and of course it's close to Crimea, so eventually they're going to have to interdict that ISR mission at some point, and something is going to escalate from that. Like, for me, there have been many points in which they could have been able, like, if they were, and this is why I'm not so entirely convinced of the what do you call it, strategic sequencing idea. I don't even know if they're just not that smart, or if they just really think they can handle all these situations at the same time. I mean, it makes sense that they should know that if they can't handle the little old...
Sorry, I'm barely listening to these guys. They're freaking... There was a truck that went by. You can see a bunch of stuff flying out the back. And you can even smell onions. And the skin, the brown skin on the outer part of the onion, it's all over the roadway. It was like flying up in the air, floating. That's why I was chuckling. Excuse me. So I'm listening to these guys and I'm thinking about, like, you remember that guy? I think it was called Mad Money, right? The guy was all like extreme, talking about stocks and quarterly earnings and profits and interest rates and and people are like watching their investments like it's ESPN or something. They get all deep in weeds, talking their analysis on this and that, when the whole thing is a racket. Like, the whole thing is a scam, bro. It's all designed for the rich to profit. And not just people who have a lot, but people who are in the know or in the club or what have you. And they have their influencers, and you know, they have their talking heads. You know, they short this and that at the proper time, and there's insider trading through Washington. And it's like going to Vegas and actually thinking that you're going to somehow like get rich. You gotta have a couple success stories once in a while to keep the illusion going. The house always wins, bro. Like, come on, you know that, right? The house always wins. You can't. I don't know. And it used to bother me too, because I'd be like, well, like some of these companies, like I don't want to invest in Tento, even if it means I'm going to make money, which I probably am. If you invest in companies that are doing things that aren't Qadash, you're probably gonna make money, right? And like some people invest their money through somebody manages their accounts for them, money market accounts or hedge fund manager or whatever. Well, yeah, they're taking all that investment money into the assets and the vehicles or the means by which they're like, you're building the beast system. Your investment money is leading to your enslavement and the unaliving of your fellow man. But you're going to get a little something, something. If you want to sell out your fellow man, you know, your liberties, just so long as you get a profit, then you can do that, and it could be well for you. And not with Yahuah, it's not, right? Especially if you do it knowingly and you just don't care and you turn and look the other way. Like when we support a genocide, right? Oh, look at that water. We're going to go over. Water. Everyday folks, man, common man out here. Really, when you stop and think about it, took a hat to our neighbor and affected by this system, they're cutthroat, scandalous, bro. Like, without reprobate mind, without any remorse, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're the philanthropist, so-called, because that's a mask that they Gates Foundation. Look at all the charities they do. Blah blah blah. Right? Crazy, bro. If we were to know what these people do in the dark. It'd be torches, pitchforks, lynches. So 9 miles, 9 miles, and this here is 70. I could get a scale. This. It says it's 70, but looks like the folks are going to 65. The construction probably over. Umatilla River. Some people are popped up and a microphone and megaphone because they keep you in the matrix. To me, that's what controlled opposition is all about. You know? Once we're starting to wake up and get off the plantation a little bit, you start talking about some of the topics that they're learning about. As long as you keep voting and paying taxes and seeing the other guy as an enemy and not
Houthis, that they're probably not going to be able to deal with Russia by the south both at the same time, but maybe they're just winging it. And what's concerning about that is you have all these other signals. I mean, Golden Dome has fast track enrichment. This early rollout of these new tactical nuclear weapons, and I personally would not put it past to allow Ukraine access to the West. It is the nature of this chaotic administration that anything is really possible, and it's almost like this whole thing can just turn on its head at any time. It seems as though everything that's happened in the last week, and we're trying to go back to they would probably think that was crazy. In fact, many people told me it's crazy then. So, what are your thoughts on how this plays into strategic sequencing? Because clearly, they de-escalate the situation.
Well, I had warned people before President Trump even won the election that it wouldn't matter who won exactly what was going to continue. Now we can see it. Like I said, it seems like we were talking about it a few weeks ago. It's likely and obvious. Now the whole strategic sequencing is the weaker of the two parties trying to sort of contain and ultimately subjugate between Russia and China. And they want to focus their attention on because of China's they thought at this point, 3 years into this conflict, Russia would be exhausted. We remember from 2022 onward, every year there were a slew of articles saying by the end of the year, Russia will be have armor and they won't have any missiles. Aircraft will all be broken down and collapse. None of this has happened. The exact opposite has happened. I was just looking at industrial production numbers from the West. What the West is saying Russia is producing, and it's off the charts. They're just continuously steady production. They're on track to be producing 3 times more artillery shells than the U.S. and Europe. This is the West.
And that big rig right there, you know, they write on the door the GVWR. Right? So non-CDL is capped at 26,000 is what I'm learning. So like I'll be able to pull an RV that weighs about 14,400 pounds because of the GVWR of this truck. My understanding is that it's got to go by the GVWR, not the actual scale weight, because I'm non-CDL. So the GVWR is higher likely than the scale because it's like built-in protection, margin of error, whatever. So if I have I used to have a F3D Super Duty turbo diesel, and that truck, Bessie, she could haul more safely, right? But I wouldn't have been allowed to because the truck weighs more, so my trailer limit is less. This is logically flawed. If your truck is more capable of hauling safely, then you shouldn't have less. So then you could have a truck that's less able to tow a bigger trailer, but they would allow it. I mean, it's just, that don't make no sense. That math ain't mathing, mathematically speaking. So, all right, I gotta get on 80. Look at this. I'm going to be on this one for 419 miles. Hallelujah. construction is kind of like I was just talking about lifeblood and thinking of the highway circulatory system of the body, which keeps, the trucks are like the red blood cells that are bringing all nutrients to the vital organ. Well, then that means that these never-ending construction zones are kind of like plaque in your arteries, like the country's got heart disease and high blood pressure. Pressure, congestion. Look in the scene did something. Come on, bro. And all your wisdom and all your concentration and education needed for the I would say that this stuff is by design. Another day, I was on my leg appointment and I had to go on this road that's called 405 near Seattle area. Nightmare. One of the worst I've ever seen. 3 lanes, complete parking lot for like half an hour. Solid. Job, but there are some folks somewhere it's got 3 smokestacks, it's got a red flame on the front, it's blue. So we have 3 smokestacks on the side, one that was a real cool truck. But yeah, 3 lanes. Here comes a fire engine. Where are they supposed to go? You know what? I don't even know what happened. They shut down. Maybe they got canceled. I used to work at EMS in Orlando. If you got money, you get police, fire, and medical dispatched to that location for like nothing confirmed, like just in case. Just protocol, right? Standard operating procedure. So maybe they got shut down, but what if they had to go through? It's like I couldn't have even seen exactly how the traffic, and a lot of the folks behind the wheel aren't in their right minds. Just being honest. And it's scary when you think about it because like a legit stroke or heart attack or something, they have to call in an airlift. They have to call in a chopper. Anyway, all this is coming off. There's a dude coming out walking. He's going to try to like stand up in my lane. Thanks, buddy. He just kicked it about 4.5 feet over. All the way down here. There's 1 truck and 1 guy walking with this on. Okay, there's 2 up, 1 down. 1 up, 2 down. 1 up, 1, 2, 3 down. 3 up, 2 down. Right? I look back, there's a hit behind me. Half a mile more visibility behind me. And that's recently I did tomorrow. That's how it is. That's how it is. seen the same spirit at work. My former HR person, I haven't seen it back on the world. First thing we took in communication, and it's scary, family. It's scary. It's not going to be sudden to us because we've been watching it. We've been seeing it. We're done in knowing about it. Some folks will, and most of them are still already marked already. In the system already, they worship the beast. Find the that's book, that's scripture, that's understanding. Look at these guys here. All those chapters over there. Something going on. Let's see more of that. More irrigation. Trying that up. Hallelujah. The beach here. 4:30 minutes. Hey. And we got quite a bit here, about 120 miles. Our average drop down to 19.7 in the winds. So some kind of birdie clouds up there, although they don't look. I don't want to bother you. Hey, baby, you about me. If I hear something, I'm just gonna walk my business. I know she's got her hands filled too. There's a bunch of dust coming across here. Sprinklers there, but there's a bunch of dust up here. Makes me curious if we'd see any little dust cells. Oh, there goes a tumbleweed. drop her on down to 60. Echo Road. Construction ahead. Still there. So it said 60, but it's really 50, and that's probably why that guy's come flying up. Looks like one of the Ford Explorers. Smoky. I was wanting to get a CB. I think I might still. You know? I know a lot of folks say that it's really quiet on there now, unless there's some legit thing going on, but I think it'd be cool to have it on, scan it. Never know, man. Might get to hear some real interesting things on there. I think that'd be cool. Plus, it could be very profitable, like help, like if something happens, it heads up, whatever. Start learning some of these routes and the numbers and everything. That way, when they say something like South 395 off of 84, I don't know what the heck they're talking about. Because I don't freaking know. Oh, it's funny. All right.
Big this. And in terms of missiles, they're producing many Iskander ballistic missiles alone. More Iskander ballistic missiles than the United States is producing. And ballistic missiles and intercept them, you're obviously going to be using more than one missile. So the point being, U.S. simply does not have the firepower to take on Russia, and if they don't have the firepower to take on Russia, direct.
Cracks me up, bro. Kidding this guy for like 3 minutes. So here's a guy who believes and then we got nuclear weapons. And he's talking about a ballistic missile battle with Russia. Does that make any sense to you?
Or by proxy, they most certainly don't have the firepower to take on China, let alone Russia and China and all of these nations in between that are part of a rising multipolar world. This is the problem that they have. The plan was strategic sequencing. The first policy paper that I can see that mentions strategic sequencing is from 2020. 2020 to 2025, the world has changed so rapidly. I think much faster than the U.S. Policy establishment adjust to it, and obviously much faster than the U.S. military-industrial base can adjust to it and attempt to match it, which is something that I talk about often, something that I've talked about for years. The U.S. has these ambitions. They have these ambitions to freeze the conflict in Ukraine and give China. That doesn't mean that they have the actual ability to do it. So when their ambitions outreach their ability to achieve it, there becomes a certain desperation, and with desperation comes extreme danger.
It appears to me like they have two options. If they want to fight the war with the Russians, they have the decapitation, pager style option, assassination option, or they have the nuclear option. And both could lead to a full-blown nuclear exchange. But I was reading a research paper, and I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it was something to do with how they were planning on doing a decapitation strike on Russia using just conventional weapons. So they're trying
decapitation strike
systematically right now. It seems like every other day I'm hearing about another assassination attempt of high
mean, this guy's word salad bar is completely stocked. They got all the word salad.
Officials, could it just be if they don't have conventional means, they're planning to go at this unconventionally? Because, unless they have some tricks up their sleeve, I don't understand how they could possibly think that they could, turn the tides of this conflict via conventional means, when, as you're saying, they're at such a disadvantage in terms of their military.
Hey, did you guys know that Uncle Sam wants to go to war with they have the means to, so they got to do something unconventional. So look over here, left hand, left hand, left hand. Meanwhile, the powers that be are at war with their own people.
Well, there's a lot of things that Russia and China could do in retaliation to any
Don't notice
decision
that
the U.S. makes. So far, Russia and China do not carry out assassinations against. I mean, could you even imagine U.S. military commanders being assassinated by Russia or China or by their proxies? It just isn't the way Russia and China conduct their affairs. But if the United States continues escalating along this path, there is a possibility that they will retaliate. And you have to think about all of these people in their think tanks in Washington who feel untouchable, how quickly that could change if they continue escalating along that path. It's very dangerous. It's very unpredictable what will happen if you attempted to decapitate the Russian government or military command structure. It could be that easy.
They're already trying to do it, though, it seems. The Kremlin reporter, he was the guy who was interviewing the commander of the air defense unit that was defending, Putin's allegedly, and they were framing this as an assassination. And that's been approved top down to push out that they're trying to assassinate our guys. Never mind trying. How many guys have been assassinated? The head of their CBRN forces or whatever was assassinated not too long ago, which is a pretty big deal from a strategic point of view. So my thinking is, they've seen what happened in Nasrallah. Clearly they must know that the only thing that we respond to here in the West is force. They're going to keep pushing until you push back, right? So I guess the question is, why haven't they gone the route of reciprocating these attacks on the chain of command? And are we about to see that unfold?
Now, this is a really good question, and you're absolutely right. They have been assassinating military commanders, journalists, political figures inside Russia.
I wanted to check something, but I didn't mean to turn that off. Oh, that's cool. DinoPay sends you a recipient. I made my first pay at the pump.
agencies carrying out attacks, admittingly carrying these attacks out, they are admittedly trained in the bodies. This is admitted in the New York Times. So it is essentially the U.S. doing this. And so from Russia's point of view, they're looking at it as the United States is located on the other side of the planet. From all of these places, it is causing and provoking chaos and violence and proxy war and war.
Yeah,
It's very difficult for any nation to actually attack the United States within U.S. borders, which makes it so absurd. So two oceans protect the U.S. Nobody vessels at the U.S. Nobody attacking the United States. Anyone would launch this at the U.S. as retaliation to the U.S. as Russia has been patient from us. National security threat. Yes, losing here is going to be a huge political
They want me to watch the thing. That would be so cool. I'm going to be having my email description of your video, ADBULL15@AOL.com, because I'm going to have quite a bit of time for such things. And it's kind of fun, you know? What would make it even better is if we could have some dialogue in the comments about it all too. A whole nation of folks who believe in all of nation and come out or attack. I don't know, Yahuah, they should be alive. I know what that. You know, kind of like part drink away. Because I just want to get energy and just get Yahuah. Sorry, fourth right there. Oh, 18 still there. Winston, making me think about something else at work. See, I'm going to see Indiana. So that's the Keystone Art Company. Keystone, that's a manufacturing. Oh, dang, bro, look at all these. Right here. Working some reloads coming out of there. Up in Matella. Take only do for 5 hours. I don't mind it when you ask me. Here's Pendleton Milton.
Going to take away from Russian national security from a global point of view, but they made the decision to focus on Ukraine. They're still laser focused on Ukraine. They want to distract. They need these guys. They understand this. I think there's very serious about security in Moscow. A lot of it is security. Seems like something that I actually. It's serious, but something they feel they can endure. I feel they can endure it, and then pass this and continue focusing on what they're doing in Ukraine. What you love to do is just throw everything at Ukraine, try to try to swoop in and take over Kiev again, where Russia is actually going for is their nation strategy that is working. You can see it's not just depleting Ukraine, but it's depleting the resources the U.S. are pouring into Ukraine are now not used and run China so it is playing a problem so they have to look at all of these have a look at the big picture when they're fighting this conflict.
The military strategist is always habitual one sacrifice. Because he said, you about this strategically, geopolitically, economically, all this. When it's coming together to make tribute to the ones they worship. For their main power. Tribute. So it's an illusionist. Okay? Look over here, over here. Expecting to pay in 400. I'm gonna try a shock. I'll be right back. That works because I'm gonna try me 70. Sign doesn't say speed limit, it just says caution. These things are, this guy's hauling because they're kind of small. I'm in a truck, but I think you're talking about this guy. He's got 3 trailers. Long load, bang, bang, bang. GWR is on that side. Oh, my ears are popping. I think up here it's going to open up to quite a view. I don't know, but I think. Kind of like there. Quite a few organ plates right here. I'm not even sure what state I'm in, guys. I'm on east, west of 30. And it says headed towards Pocatello. Rocky. So it must be some kind of a view out the window over there. Oof. Yeah. You can see for miles and miles. Except for one of these. We're definitely climbing. Been climbing. Steady on up. Steady as she goes. Old Emigrant Hill. Emigrant, not immigrant. Emigrant. Big old 5G tower right there. Trying to give me a headache. Poverty Flat Road. Ain't nothing flat around here. Quite a view for you. You can almost see all the way to the other side of the valley from there. Mile marker 224. Quite the view of that window. There is like a bunch of wild sunflowers right here. Whoa. A bunch of wild sunflowers right out here on this side. Y'all probably can't see those. call it flat road. Can't like that. Guy's got his hood up and he's pulling a trailer. Looking to get a roadside. Anybody has any recommendations? I forgot what the name of the one is. I emailed them folks. Chose a plan. Go ahead with it. 100 miles to the nearest certified station towing, plus jumps, fuel delivery, tire changes, lockouts for a whole year on commercial vehicles. And I just told you all that, and I don't even remember what the cost was. Ha! That's funny right there. I'll tell you. Oh, you know what I did? I saved it in a very specific folder, and since I don't remember the name, I think it started with an E though. I'll tell you. Yep, ENCORE, Encore. Okay, here we go. Pretty great, I would say, guys. This truck here is a 3500 HD, so it is a full ton Chevrolet, and it comes to $189 for a whole year. I don't know if I can get anything for referring you, but I'll just say, hey, you should look into them, guys. I think that's actually like a pretty great deal. You know what I mean? Baruk Atah.
Conflict in Ukraine, they always have in mind the possibility of these NATO troops going into Ukraine, or some kind of attack on Russia directly by the US or NATO. And so they have to consider all of this. We haven't seen the Kinjal air-launched hypersonic missile used in months.
Look at
now.
this guy.
They're obviously stockpiling these.
Shoot.
Why are they stockpiling these hypersonic missiles? I believe it's because, number one, Ukrainian air defenses have been decimated, and they don't actually.
Sorry. This whole thing is theater, anyways. Politics ain't real. Geopolitics is also not real. But this ram coming up behind me, hauling a reflection. I'm gonna get back over here and let him go past me. Brother's flying. Dang, bro, for real? You must be doing that for money. Ha, just kidding. Not really though. Let's see, I'm gonna let him pass me and you guys can see. I mean, I'm going 70, right? Speed limit is 70. I've been passing 18-wheelers by a dozen. And all of a sudden, this guy shows up in my mirror, and he was boogieing. I got over in the right lane to get out of his way because he was in the left lane, and he got over behind me. So I'm not sure, man. Like, now he's acting like he's literally going into my blind spot, but he don't want to pass me. I'm not sure what's up with that. I wouldn't do that. If he didn't have intention on passing, it's weird. It's all weird. Now he's slowing down more. Now he's getting over. All right. Big old bird up there. I don't know if that's an eagle or a hawk. big wheeler right here, and he's like, where are you gonna go? You can't. He was behind me, and then he got back over and started speeding up, but there's nowhere for him to go. I'm already passing. Once I get past this big truck here, I'll scoot over and let him come on by if he's, hopefully he does. I don't like being around folks like that, you know what I mean? There's another big truck right here hauling concrete pillars or something. See, it's weird because now he slowed down again. But whatever.
Well, you need them. These are missiles you use to bypass functioning air defense systems. They would use these against targets across NATO territory. So I think they're, and it's not that they plan on using it. They hope by holding them in reserve in large numbers, it serves as a deterrent against the worst impulses of the U.S. and the rest of the NATO.
Destruction again.
So what you're kind of saying then, and not to put words in your mouth, but that Trump is kind of frustrated that Russia is not taking the bait. Like, they are not succumbing to these provocations and reacting in the way that the West could leverage, either tactically or politically.
Yes, and I think this has been going on all throughout the Biden administration. Also, like when I say President Trump picked up right where Biden left off, I mean in every single regard. The Biden administration repeatedly attempted to provoke Russia into overreacting. They are doing the very same thing to China in regards to the island province of Taiwan. And this is now just continuing under the Trump administration. That is their goal, is to force a miscalculation in military strategy. Who want to try to get inside the head of
Look
their
at
enemy,
that load, man.
play on their emotions,
Gotta be
and cause
making
them to
some
overreact. And this would cause
Calling all
a
that.
tremendous miscalculation, and it could cause
Dang,
their
bro,
entire
look at those.
strategy to unravel. And so far, Russia hasn't taken the bait. Three years
That's
plus now.
Beauty of a rig,
Yeah,
too.
it seems almost as though they're
dang, he's
engaged
pushing.
in some sort of reverse
He's speeding up.
Austerlitz play, where it's almost the Russians who are perhaps feigning
Not too
weakness
purty
to a
to
certain
work,
extent.
haha.
Because one has to wonder, they have all
Love
these
it, bro.
guys in reserve. They clearly are not pushing as hard as
travel.
they could. I mean, that's been evident since day one. They've been exercising a very unusual amount of restraint, it appears. So, you know, there's something at play here which is more than meets the eye to, I think, most people who are just looking at this on the surface. What is your take on the buffer zone and the comments that just so happen to coincide by Margarita Simonian about 8 territories as opposed to 5, and the fallout of the Istanbul talks, which I don't even know where that's at now. There was some comments that the Russians basically told the Ukrainians that if they don't agree to these terms, that we're going to take 8 oblasts instead of 5. And then a few days later, they come out with this buffer zone idea, which is across another 3 oblasts, which basically provides a buffer between, you know, Russia and Ukraine, and completes the circle. What is your take on this buffer zone? What is it really? Because obviously there's some euphemistic language being used there as well.
There's been a pattern all throughout this conflict since the U.S. violently overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014. If we look back to the situation in 2013, Ukraine had all of its territory, including Crimea, and then the U.S. violently overthrew the Ukrainian government. They placed an anti-Russian regime into power, and Russia first they took Crimea. Crimea was de facto Russian to begin with, and I've covered U.S. aid funded studies, polls in Crimea asking people if they identify as Russian, if they wanted to join the Russian Federation. This was even before the U.S. overthrew the government. The majority of people in Crimea identified as Russian and would prefer a large number preferred to join the Russian Federation even before any of this started. But
blah blah blah. So this ain't snow zone. It ain't nothing right now, but chain up area. Pull over here and chain up. So I wanted to see if anybody will throw some information in the comments for me, because I don't have chains. Obviously the truck is 4-wheel drive, and I have 10-ply off-road type tires, or it's all-terrain. But I am wanting to learn about chains, and I'm wanting to learn about how to put chains on, what all is involved. Isn't it better for me to have my own chains and put my own chains on? Excuse me. I would think so. But I don't really know nothing about it. What they cost, you buy them used, you buy them new, what does it goes by your tire size, or is it adjustable? Like, I don't know. I hadn't even watched any videos on that yet. Just throwing it out here, just asking questions, something I gotta learn about. Here comes a logging truck. I'm gonna pop over. He won't. It's okay. He's got plenty of room. He's building up speed on this on-ramp, and he's hauling a bunch of timber. My coffee's going right through me. Won't talk to my baby. Been a while, but place to pull over. We dropped down to 19 miles a gallon, well, because we've been steady climbing. I mean, steady climbing. I don't know where I am. Camella. What in the world is that? Makes me wonder. You know what I mean? The Grande. Gotta get over. Big rig right here. Big rig. Keep on rolling. Oh, sorry, I should read that. Okay, so, there's some Idaho thing coming up. Well, I mean, am I not? I don't know. Where's Camella? By the time you tell me, I'm already long gone. But so the temperature rose. Crank this up. I'm gonna turn this guy back on. I'm looking for something else, but this is still on in 30 some minutes, whatever. Freaking playing it and talking about it, so I mean, gonna come back and hit somebody with a copyright. That's how jacked up and whack all this stuff is. I see these channels all the time that literally show clips from Hollywood movies, and their stuff doesn't get taken down. And then if I play any background music or something silly, unknowingly, boom, it hits you. 300ZX Turbo. I haven't seen one of those in a while. This guy's pulling it on a trailer too. Mount Emily Summit Road. It does kind of feel like we're getting up near the top here, 86. Eastbound 86, mile marker 243. Is that the highest elevation on there? I don't know. I will be curious to know. But I ain't gonna ask artificial intelligence because I don't really like to fellowship with demons. Somebody tell me what the difference between a Ouija board and a ChatGPT other than technology. And the ones that know are gonna be like, nothing. Same old abomination. What really gets me is when the people use it to verify things that they want, their confirmation bias about the Bible. That's wild. Alright. Looks like some little car might want to come up past me, so I'm just going to get over and let them.
The Donbas region was still part of Ukraine. The United States continued to militarize and build Ukraine up as a battering ram against Russia. And so the intensity of the separatism in eastern Ukraine intensified. The Donbas region was during the Minsk agreements, the Ukrainians still could have preserved the Donbas region as part of Ukraine. From the special military operation began in 2022, Donbas was off the table, so they lost Crimea and the Donbas region. They were offered the Istanbul agreement after the special military operation.
It say Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway. That's what it say. I think I remember when I was plotting this course out too, that there's quite a large amount of sections that go by that name. Look, little Honda, I need you to go ahead and go because there's a great big truck over here and I got to get back over there, and if you don't come on with it, you're going to just get cut right on off. Need you to look ahead a little bit, just pay attention. It's an oversized load ahead of me, so the clock is ticking. Well, she got an Idaho tag. Alright, well, I hope you don't mind my big old grill getting right in your rearview mirror, but you left me like only about 20 feet to get over there. Ooh, I don't know what that is. Warning life support or some other such a thing on it. I guess you probably got that on the video. I wonder what the heck that was, bro. Wow. Oh, sorry. You ever get those songs jump in your head, get stuck in your head? I know I made a comment and I said some words that fit into that song, and then that song is stuck in my head. Ugh. And that's totally like, dude looks like a lady too. You know that, right? Yeah, dude looks like a lady. Yeah. Dude looks like it. He ain't a lady. He just looked like a lady. He really ain't a lady. Hidden in plain sight. Family. Baruk Atah
Yahuah. Began. This was in 2022. They rejected it. So Russia took Kherson, they took Zaporozhye, and now they're talking about taking even more Oblast. And so what's happening is the longer this goes on, the weaker Ukraine becomes, the more territory Russia takes, the more destructive this whole process will be for Ukraine. Unfortunately for Ukraine, the United States never cared about actually preserving Ukraine. It is a disposable proxy. They are willing, and they have publicly stated, they are willing to fight to the last Ukrainian to leave Russia. We know one of the primary objectives of the United States with this proxy war against Russia and Ukraine is to over.
Another funny thing about it is they'll say, they tell you, it's just totally told to you right in your face. So he's given a play-by-play of the play that played out on the world stage. And earlier he was telling you that even though the actors have changed, the script remains the same. And they'll say things too like, in the Middle East theater or the Asian theater, they'll say such and such is a BAD actor. Listen, you'll hear it when you do all the geopolitical analysts and everything, talking heads on the news and all that, with their comms. They communicate with keywords and phrases that we're really just starting to understand, and also like a lot of numerology that they use, like 17 and 33 and 88, 322 and different things like this. That's why when I listen to it, I'm trying to discern and pay attention to how they're steering the masses, the collective mind, the group think of the hive mind, their drone worker bees. Not being like, oh, this is really what happened and this is really what so-and-so wants or whatever. Actors on a stage, following a script, written by principalities, wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash. They get their marching orders from the demons they serve. Book, scripture, Baruk Atah. Now I'm pressing on, bro. It says 10 hours and 38 minutes, and I don't know, that could be until my actual like goal, which would be let me see, obviously I gotta stop because I gotta go to the bathroom soon, but it's 9:43, so I don't know how to math that very well. 10 and a half hours is 19, 20 and change. That's around 8:15. And so if that was the time that I got to my Aki's place, that would be too unwell. I don't want to put them out by showing up, too much after hours and all, but I try to roll out a little bit ahead of 4 a.m. and I try to go straight through. Chain removal ahead. Oh, look at that pretty water right there. See that, guys? Look how pretty it is. 5-point creek. 5 points. It makes me think of some martial arts thing. There's also something like, what's it called? Like 5-finger death punch. Wasn't there like something in Kill Bill with 5 fingers? Anyway. Sometimes we're connecting dots that don't connect, but you're always trying to see the pattern recognition. Most of it does. That's what's crazy. That is so gorgeous, y'all. I would think that there's probably some fairly favorable types of fishing that can go on right there, especially if you could do some fly fishing. I have no idea how to do that. I can't even imagine the skill that's involved in swinging that lure around, making it dance like that. It's just incredible what these guys do. Guys and gals. Pretty horses right there. They got a caboose on their land. Looks like somebody's staying in it too. That's cool. Alright, this guy looks like this guy's ready to pass me now finally. Come on with it, big boss man. Come on. I got no problem with letting you go. I don't know how you fell so far back when it was flat. Now it's a hill and you want to just go and stuff. So that's cool. See if you got a rock guard on your back. Nope. No rock guard. No company decals. I don't think he's an RV transporter. It looks like he's just hauling his own reflection called by Grand Design. 2-axle. Looks like it probably got about 3 slides on it. That's the kind of thing I want to head back home with. That's what I need on my first load. I think I'm willing something like that. Pay all right. Grande. So we come up to high ground again. Looks like we're going to start working our way back down. I really would like to know where my baby's at. Can't ask for a more gorgeous day. 71 degrees, y'all. That's pretty sweet right there. Oh, there's an abandoned Class A right there. There's a railroad track right there. Dang, dude, for real? Come all the way up here? Yeah, I know they go everywhere, but it's literally right there, right next to us. Just on the other side of the westbound lanes. There's another RV right there. I'm always looking for rock guards now. No rock guard. RV transporters all got to have rock guards on the very back of their tow vehicles. So I kind of feel like I'm starting all over now because you know how it is. You start to look for something, you start to see it all over. What am I doing on fuel? Oh, I've still got 3/4 of a tank. I'm going to need to look for a place to pull over. Utilize some facilities. Facility. Ooh, look at that big old hill still right there. So there's a way station here. It says closed. Stay on 86 East. Can't like not being able to discern what the map is showing me here. City Center, Eastern Oregon University, La Grande National Historic District. We're gonna come up and underneath here. Purdy. That's Purdy. I can drive 55 around this bend. Then I go 65 up on the next one. Ah, little blue mobile home right up on top of that hill. Quite the view you got there, mister. summer barista McDonald's smoothies. Over here because I'm gonna try and jump off on the next. Exit 261. I'm gonna pause, y'all, and we'll be catching back up with you momentarily. All right, I'm back. Stopped off at the McDonald's in La Grande, Oregon, or La Grande. I don't know. Whatever they call it. Was able to talk to my Yahusha very briefly. She does have her hands filled dealing with those Baruk little puppies that we just got. My road dog in training, he's still being potty trained right now. I'll be willing. He'll be riding right here with me someday soon. That would be cool. And I even got talk to my boy a little bit, get a weather update. What's up, truck? I was wanting to give him another hand, but we just stick with this one, or maybe this one. All right, so 14 miles from Baker City on 84 East. In 307 miles, we will get on to 86 East. Still got over 10 hours to go today. Clear right now. Up and running. You can see those snow. Snow-capped mountains off in the distance right there. Master Builder Solutions. See what these guys are on about here. See if this is gonna work. I don't know.
Its favor. They were able to overthrow the seat. Would they be able to assist Iran if U.S. or America's Israeli proxies attacked Iran? I think the current circumstances, Russia would be unable to offer significant aid to Iran in a sort of protracted conflict there. But the problem is Russia's military operation in Ukraine has actually supercharged the nation's military-industrial base. Its army is now much larger, more powerful, more experienced. So there have been very see trade-offs in regards to the strategy. And I think the U.S. is not as far along with the strategy as they might have hoped. We already mentioned that after 3 years, I think they had hoped Russia would pivot to China. Now they're talking about pivoting to China and coming back to deal with Russia. So I think this is a problem that is spiraling out of America's control. I think that's why we see this dangerous escalation thinking in. We see these provocations.
Baruk Yahuah. I got to talk to my Yapa Asha, and she even helped me. Help me to figure out my next fuel stop, calculating from my location and adding my 407 mile range. You know, it's weird is that's not changing. How can that not be changing? I'm confused by that. I need to keep a close eye on that. That thing still says 407 miles. How can I still be getting 407 miles left on my tank in my range? Well, you better change here or something's wrong. Anyway, we're still on 84 East. I'm winding between some mountains right now. It's an interesting looking mountain if you can pick it up on the camera. Especially up here. Let me show you. Okay, it says my speed is 73 when I'm only going 60. Oh, it says 63. That must have been the truck ahead of me. Anyway, I slowed down a little bit for some of these turns. I want to keep everything safe. This truck's got some highway miles, but not like this. So, yeah, but if you look over there at these hills, you see all those lines? That is wild. I'm like, what are all those lines? Really something. Dang, I wish you could see that tree that's straight ahead of me. It's on the opposite side of the road, so you won't see it, but it's like one giant shade tree. There's nothing else there except for this just one shade tree up on top of this ridge. Pretty cool. Oh, there's a similar thing lower down. Oh, you know what? You're gonna see a similar thing over on this side too. If you can see the top, which I think you can. This exit would be called Lookout Mountain, and I can see what they mean. If you went up to the top of there, you would have quite a view. But yeah, when this slope comes down, there I think you can kind of see those trees. My little box is blocking the big view box. There they are. So it's just like a couple large trees right on the ridge. There's some water winding through right down here on the right. We're kind of snaking our way through this canyon. Got just over 9 hours remaining for today to reach our goal. And wanting to try to get there as early as I can. It's looking like it's going to be about 9:30 right now. To see beloved brother Aki Matt, and don't want to really disturb his household or nothing, so I'm trying to make it a reasonable time that I arrive. Yeah, this through this section, the interstate's just snaking its way through. Looks like we're getting ready to pass a little town called Dixie. I guess that's Dixie, Oregon, right? And up over here, on the top of these mountains straight ahead, some more of them windmills. There's been a few, 3 oversized loads that are hauling just a blade, a single blade. For those incredibly efficient wind turbines. Turning those guys back on. Kind of drive me nuts. But not really believing what they're saying, just turning everything, testing everything. And I always try to check out what folks share with me, give it a chance, you know. I appreciate y'all sending stuff through, have me take a look at it. I'd rather listen to this type of error than somebody who's got the name of the Most High Yah upon their lips and they're heretics and blasphemers. That really gets under my skin. Sure is interesting through here. Excuse me, I don't know how much y'all are getting to see because it's the view's probably really just close up for you. But like for example, when we start etching around here, look at the rocks and how they're cut out, how the road is cut going through. Kind of funny, there's a Toyota car behind me, little coupey thing, come flying up on me, and now it's just falling back, but I haven't changed.
I-84 narrow lanes.
What the heck was that, bro? I-84 narrow lanes, what the heck is that mean? Let me know in the comments if you know what that's about. So it's funny because you can see tops of turbines right there. There's 3 of them, and over here is 3 of them. But you only see just the top of a blade spinning. You can't see the whole thing, you know. Kind of like behind the hill there. Yeah, go on, get off from behind me, bro. You ain't gotta be up on my tail like that. Come on, sucker. Here's another triple. Oh no, those are pods. I thought that was a triple trailer. Snake River area, Van Ornum battle site. So they're up there on the top. Dang, I don't think you're gonna be able to see that. There's those windmills that I was mentioning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They're huge. They're so massive, you guys. How much oil does it take? You know what I'm saying? And how much resources does it actually required to get those up there and assemble those up there? How did you even get those up there? That's crazy, bro. Because perspective, man, one of those blades is like a massive oversized load on an 18-wheeler. Just one. Let alone the post that it's mounted to, and the engine, and the center part, the fuselage, or whatever you call it. No, that's a plane, I guess. I don't know the terms, but I'm pretty sure you know what I'm saying. Hallelujah. Been wrestling with a headache. Trying to make sure that I drink water with my coffee. I couldn't sleep very well last night. My mind was just racing all around, thinking about the trip. If am I forgetting anything? Kind of laugh at myself because I know how to step back and identify that I'm a newbie and I'm a greenhorn and I don't know what I'm doing, real. I mean, like I said, I hauled that big trailer from Florida to Washington, but any seasoned RV transporter will like take a look at what I got going on in this truck and probably chuckle. I got 3 large bins tarped in the back, strapped down, and I don't know like if all that stuff's gonna fit in my toolboxes. Just trying to be a Qadash steward and have everything that I might need. Plus, I'm bringing my own water because I don't drink fluoridated water if I can help it. I know too much about it to allow it to enter into my body. And if you don't know, you should look. You should look into it. I know that I've seen the documentation of them adding it to the water supply out of massive, I guess they're 50 gallon. Are they 50 gallon, guys? Let me know. They're the huge drums. I'd say they're 50 gallon drums. Might even be 100, I don't know. That have like the crossbones on them because of the toxicity. And my understanding, it's a byproduct of some form of manufacturing. Now I'll get people get all triggered and they'll, that's not true. That's a lie. Some of that's just cognitive dissonance. That's a really cool rig right there. I don't even know what all that's really for, but it's pretty dang cool. Maybe aluminum manufacturing. So, but anyway, seems to me, sound mind and discerning, that they came up with a clever way to dispose of profit off it, because that's really like almost like a signature of the elite, is that they have multiple ways that something profits them. They take a course of action and they have layers to how it helps their cause, which is not looking out for you. But that's how that works, so to convince you that it's for your own well-being, that you want it. And then they can also manufacture products that have concentrated doses of that. It's crazy. And an entire industry is fueled by your body's response to toxins. The entirety of pharmakia. This is just one small aspect of that greater truth. So anyway, I bring 5 gallons stainless containers of my own water from a well that's, it's filtered by the earth. You don't need man-made filtration systems. I'm just saying, like, you can't really beat the filter of Yahuwah's creation. If mankind was removed from the ecosystem, there's a triple trailer. Everything would be renewed, restored, replenished. It wouldn't even take that long. So this diesel is $4.39 on credit, $3.89. I'm interested in that ESF card because you get the cash price when you use the card because it's a prepaid card. I tried to apply for it. Filled out the information, Traveling Tim. If y'all know Traveling Tim, please let him know, because I have multiple times, and he's like, I'll look into it, and I don't hear nothing. I tried to sign up, bro, because I actually want to get the Platinum Loves thing too, so I can get the 2 showers a day, because it looks like they got the best showers, and I want to be able to get my showers when I'm out here on the road. Especially being an amputee and want to have the accessibility of the shower. This here way station also closed. So if the way station is closed and the big rig's over there, is that because they're just like pulling over for a moment, or what? What's up with that? I don't know. Water over here. Says that's there, Snake River. My Shah was mentioning to me. Comes down off of a mountain range that I'm west of, and I already done forgot the name of what she told me that was. I forgot what she said the name of the mountain range was. Oh well. That's what feeds the Snake River, though. It's actually pretty wide right through there. This here is wiser. Winds up real close to the river, splitting off kind of that way, and we're about ready to go. Right now it says I'm going southeast. I feel like I've been going southeast, and I think I'm about ready to be going out south. See how long that lasts. I'm gonna get you guys a compass update here in just a second. So it does say 398 miles remaining, so it has been ticking down. And I'm definitely going south right now. Looks like we're going to wind back all the way. You see how our... so look at that. We got our MPGs back up to 19.8 on that kind of long, flat stretch. Now I feel we're making another climb. So it's going to start ticking down. Sure. Speed limit 70 through here. This guy here is hauling one of the biggest machines. This has got to be the biggest one I've seen all day. I'm going to give him another lane. Wow. about like the one that crushed my leg in 1988 after falling. He's an open mind. A few 100 foot down, I landed on the first access road and it landed on me. And I stayed right there and it kept on going all the way down to the bottom. So now I've been in the cockpit for 427 miles and said 337, almost 8 hours. And this is the first time that I'm like, I need to take my leg off. I might do that, or I might just wait till I get to empty my bladder one more time. Check out this rig right here. Look at that sucker. Crew cab, some kind of box on the back. Has a small door in the back, and it's got like emergency flashers on it, so it's almost like it's some kind of a medical truck. That thing is really strikes me as odd. Like, is that for a plague response team or something? Left lane ends. Yeah, this guy in the Subaru just passed me. Look at the dude behind me. I don't even know what he was gonna do. We'll get over. Because I would appreciate it if you just go ahead and go right on past me. Thank you very little. Probably one of my biggest concerns going into this line of work is absent-minded drivers. If you remember the context from earlier, they don't know who they are, they don't know where they are, they don't know when it is. It's just so much things that they believe that aren't true at all. They're literally like in a fantasy. I know, I can see the Luciferian agenda to corrupt the minds of the people into believing fairy tales and false things and all that. That's a big part of what the whole Disney agenda is about. Transformative, if you know what I'm saying. And they do have some patience to do these things over, centuries. But they're also moving muy rápido in these last days. Kind of like being desperate. Alright, let's get these guys back on here. Here's what they got to say. I know the videos are long, family, but that's how I'm going to do it. Because I actually believe that it's a Qadash alternative for folks. Come out of a lot of the hyper stimulating sensationalization. Maybe it'll turn into a forum where we can engage and we can grow the assembly. On the YouTube channel, the first YouTube channel was completely taken down and it had no strikes, which is, to me, a very powerful witness. Now this here channel's up to 850, I think 855 subscribers. And there is tons of content on this channel. I'll just name a couple playlists. The Book of Yalim series, the Book of Chanukah series, the Clean Lips series. There's a studies playlist, there's a Sefer readings playlist, there's a Shabbat Assembly Lives. So, I mean, anybody who's really like hungry for some meat, it's there. We ain't about ear tickling or nothing here. But you know, slow tainment is something I'm interested in doing too. Just put this camera here and let it record the landscape creation. There's gonna be some where I'm not anywhere near as chatty. But this is day one, out on the road. On the road, like, which actually was only a half tank of gas. This is on the road again. We've already gone through a half a tank, and we got a half a tank to go. And I don't know, only Abba knows when I'm going to cut that camera off. So, let's see if we can listen to what some of these guys have to say.
We see escalation because it really is not working out the way the U.S. maybe expected.
Now, in your opinion, you don't typically comment on the use of unconventional weaponry, but we have Dmitry Medvedev, which it's not uncommon for him to speak in this manner, but he basically said today in response to Trump's statements regarding Trump's words about Putin playing with fire and really bad things into Russia. I only know of one really bad thing, in all caps, World War III. I hope Trump understands this. And then you have, of course, Lindsey Graham chiming in. And it's almost as if Lindsey Graham and Medvedev, like, that's the truth, you know, and they're both like the wingmen to these guys who are trying to be conciliatory. But Medvedev, the position of Medvedev and the position of Graham, that's what's really happening. Now, my question to you is, when do you think we potentially, if ever, cross that threshold into the intractable use of unconventional weaponry, like nuclear weapons? Because, I don't know, it seems like we're getting closer and closer every day, but then on the other hand, we know that these guys don't want to concede their privilege. They don't want a full-blown nuclear war, or maybe they do. Maybe they think they can contain it. Maybe they think that they're going to normalize the use of low-yield tactical nuclear weapons. I mean, what are your thoughts on nukes in general?
Well, I think it's a very troubling topic for anyone to consider. Once you go down that road, there's no going back, and there's no predicting what will happen. A lot of American strategists actually, over the decades, they have believed that they could win a nuclear exchange. Yes, everything would be destroyed, but they believe in their mind they would reemerge with an advantage. And now, when you look at how things are going for U.S. primacy, how it is irreversibly in decline, the dangerous desperation that is setting in, and the palpable panic, especially regarding China and it surpassing not just the U.S., the collective West, and again, irreversible. Would they be willing to push the, they all have their bunkers. the elite in the West, they have their bunkers. They know how to survive. Do they think that they could wipe the slate clean in that way and then reemerge with some sort of advantage, or do they at least think that they could? And that's the question. And because they have talked about this over the decades, throughout the Cold War, since the Cold War ended, it should get paused for thought, and people should consider this as a possibility, as unpleasant as it is to think about. And the problem is, Russia has nuclear weapons. They also almost certainly understand who is really the interests driving U.S. foreign and domestic policy. President Putin himself has talked about how the president really is, the U.S. president really they almost certainly know who these people are, and they know how to get to these people. I think the key to deterring the U.S. from exercising this option would be Russia demonstrating the ability, not necessarily doing something to prove they can do it, but at least making it known that they know who these people are and how to get to them, no matter what steps they take to.
He just went by a big rig hauling 3 small trailers, campers. I've been seeing that. Some guys just using even like dually trucks or flatbed, 3/4 ton, full ton. By hauling dumpsters. There's a lot of opportunities out here for hauling, but the RV transport, the multi-haul, that seems like an interesting thing. Obviously, you have to have a trailer, but you know, if you're getting $1.30 times 3, you can see how that could add up pretty quick. You know, 90, almost, and possibly even $4 a mile, as opposed to say like 210 or 220. I don't know. I'm not experiencing this at all. I'm just throwing out numbers that I have seen. And obviously, you know, you're going to have increased fuel and also maintenance, wear and tear on, you know, axles, more wheel bearings, etc. I don't feel like I'm interested in that myself, but and you got to have a CDL for that, I would say, because you can get over 26,000 pretty quick doing that. Even a dually and the trailer is going to be putting your GVWR up quite a bit higher than say this truck, for example, which is 11 change of 11 11.6, something like that. I don't, I have to double check. I just find it interesting how during the course of this guy's conversation, first he's saying, oh, Trump's doing this and Trump's doing that, and Trump's saying this and Trump's saying that, and then he's comes back several times talking about how, you know, they have people behind them that are directing them. You just change it up whenever it's advantageous. Another triple trailer. Amen. All right, let's see where we at. Malheur River. Ontario, Valet. There you go, Loves. $3.94 for diesel. Man, some rough looking trailers right there, folks living in. I just throw this out there. How many of you have seen in your area, like in your local communities, and noticed a dramatic increase in the number of vehicles that are running around that say new driver or student driver? Is this a thing that you've encountered and that you're experienced? And what are your thoughts on it? Like, do you have any like theories on that, like why that is, or what that means, or shoot me a comment or shoot me an email and let me know. Right? So there's an Orida factory right there. Ontario, Oregon. top makers, right? Curly cut fries and whatnot. Yup. More 5G tower. Over there.
Trying to protect themselves. As a lot of what Russia and China and Iran, for that matter, are doing is trying to create a deterrent against war. They do not want a war with the United States. If Russia, ideally, if they could end this conflict in Ukraine, they would, but they know that they can't because the U.S. is being unreasonable. They're trying to create as many deterrents as possible to prevent this from escalating any further, and that includes in the direction of a conventional exchange directly with the U.S. or Europe, or a nuclear exchange.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that because, you know, upon further analysis of Donald Trump's statements today, if you look at the wording, he says that really bad things would have happened.
All right, so I'm expecting to see some "Welcome to Idaho" sign any moment because it just showed a sign that said Boise 50 miles and change, and then Oregon thanks you, come back. There you go. Welcome to Idaho. Idaho. Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway, it says again, right there. 84 East. So we'll also see what happens. Okay, first thing I see is that the speed limit went up to 80. Wow. I'm curious to see how Abby does with that sort of a thing. Just kind of walk this up a little bit at a time. Especially Mr. Audi in the right-hand lane with the giant truck trying to come on and merge. Like, oh, now you want to get in front of me? Can you step on that thing then? You freaking fool. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Are you kidding me, dude? See what I mean? These people are dangerous, bro. And I could, you know, I don't have a trailer right now, but you wouldn't have noticed one way or the other. He just literally came out right in front of me. And here he is in an Audi. Yeah, I don't know what kind. Looks like a 4-door sedan, but the thing got giddy up. I know that. Big rig trying to come on from like a rest area. He's got 2 trailers. This guy just all of a sudden like, oh, let me get out of the way. You know what I mean? And then, oh, let me cut off another big truck that's coming up behind. So it did say speed limit is 80 and we're only going to 73. So I'm not sure what's up with that. I'm gonna get over though because there's other guys coming up. Let them push him. Yeah, but he's not paying attention. Gotta watch these people, man, because they don't even know what's going on. They're not even in the right mind. Most of them.
Were it not for me. So the question I had when he said that is he talking about people within his own administration that he's holding back? Is he talking about the Europeans? Is he talking about the Biden administration? Who are these dogs of war that he's kenneling right now and preventing from being unleashed?
I think the ones in his imagination. He's obviously not in charge of anything. He said he was going to end the conflict in 24 hours. If he was actually in charge of anything, he could have. He very easily could have. The war in Ukraine is a U.S. proxy war against Russia. If the U.S. pulled the plug from its role in this
Dairy
conflict,
cows.
the entire conflict would grind to a
Tons
immediate
of them.
halt.
Look at that.
Would be literally
Stacked up on top
impossible
of
for
each other
Ukraine to
like
continue carrying out military operations without all of the support the U.S. is providing. If you look at the chain of command, the actual chain of command, these U.S. generals are at the very top of this chain of command. So he could have, if he wanted to, he either didn't want to or he is incapable of doing it. I don't think he ever had any intention of doing it, and I think that's because he understands he's not making the decisions, others are, and his role in all of this was simply to sell the continuity of agenda to a specific segment of the American public and the global public, to give them false hope and to help perpetuate this just a little bit longer, which when you really think about it, that is what every U.S. president has done since the turn of the 21st century.
See, now it's truth again.
Well, one really has to ask, I mean, is he even reading the intel briefs? Because he was being interviewed by a reporter on the tarmac the other day and asked about this assassination attempt by Vladimir Putin, and he was dumbfounded. He didn't hear about it, he claims. Now, he could just be being disingenuous, but I don't think Trump acting is his strong suit, per se. I think he kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, regardless of what we think about him. But, you know, this just...
All right, man. This guy, this... We're high level witchcraft. Golden Dawn. Look it up. Even blast it out to people in the comms. Everything is gold with the dawn. The Golden Dawn. Luciferian age. Coming out party. Anyway. Master doublespeak. Master doublespeak. Misdirection. There are so much folks fooled. Even trying to say it like I wasn't ever fooled. I was. That's my baby. She said you're in Idaho, kiss, and going 80, haha. Yeah, I'm going the speed limit, baby. I mean, I'm not speeding or nothing. It says I'm 8 hours and 47 minutes away from my destination. That my ETA is 9:30, so it got 4 minutes worse. Haha. Yep. I'm in Idaho. And the speed limit here is 80. And you're just keeping them wheels a-turning. Still says I'm not going to get there till 9:30. It's actually 4 minutes worse than it was the last time I spoke to you, and I'm not speeding. Haha. I love you, Yapa. I understand, baby. She's like, hey, you know, you are trying to press on to not inconvenience Matt, but you really inconvenience me if you get in a wreck. I'm not getting in a wreck, baby. I'm being safe. I'm watching out for these folks that aren't safe. But I mean, if the speed limit's 80 and the trucks are going 70, I don't think this vehicle has any problem going that speed on these roads. Just keeping my eyes peeled, watching everything. Ah, see, she said, oh, dang, that's crazy. Yep, that is crazy. I was kind of shocked as well. I was getting ready to say, I'm going to keep an eye and see what goes on with the fuel prices. And I go, oh, first thing I notice is the speed limit's 80. It went up 10 miles an hour just by crossing the border. goes back to what I was saying earlier about this whole like one nation thing. Pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting stuff. All right. Baruk Yahuah. I love you, baby. But I wonder if the other, let me see if the other video ended up making it uploaded. Yeah. And there's a Loves coming up here too. Almost done. 2 minutes left, it says. There's a Sinclair. Right there. I like the DinoPay app. Black Canyon Junction. This is 330. 330 for diesel. This means I'll probably get it for 325 with the app. But I got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch old bandit run. I got 344 miles before I'm even out of fuel. So my baby got me one. I think she said it was 324 a gallon. I'm gonna switch over to it. Once I make the swap, switch interstates. Seeing all these guys hauling RVs and looking to see if they got rock guards. I'm actually kind of surprised I have yet to see a rock guard. I feel like I have not seen an RV transporter yet. I'm looking. Of course, you can't see everything. But look at that barn up on that hill. Right there. See that? Look at that there. Look at that front yard. Got his flag in his front yard. Quite the spread you got there, mister. Probably all this land. Probably own all this land right here. Hey, maybe both sides from. That's probably another guy over there. I don't know. Who knows? Sometimes they got the properties on both sides of the road. Pretty interesting. All right. So it looks like the video on the road just did get uploaded. So I might stop this one. It's at 3:30. I don't feel like stopping it right now. Let's just keep it going. So let me get in here and maximize our map again. We got 200 miles before we switch.
It's really, you have to wonder, like, who is steering the ship here? Who's really in charge?
Lucifer.
Like, who is these continuity of government? Perhaps we're getting into dangerous territory even talking about this. I always recall the old Joker quote that I'm like a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught it, when we're talking about, you know, the biggest gangsters in the world. But you know, like, who is behind the throne here that is calling these shots, do you think? And you don't have to name names, but maybe just general realms of influence.
No, I think it's good to name names, and I think that you made a very good point, comparing them to gangsters. That is essentially what this is: gangsterism, organized crime on a global level. And the deep state is not actually a mysterious cabal on scene. It is the largest corporate financier interest in the United States. We're talking about the arms industry, big oil, big ag, big pharma, banks, equity firms, insurance corporations, all of these interests, many of them.
So, I mean, he might get more specific, but his idea of naming names is to name all the familiar BAD actors on the global stage. I mean, the money is fiat currency. It's not asset backed that they print out of thin air, that has built into it a form of lending that's called fractional reserve banking. Every single dollar that's printed has interest built into it from its very inception. It's impossible to pay off all the debt, because debt is built into the machine. These people don't even need money, bro. Their wealth goes far beyond currency. That's why you're a commodity of theirs, because they're at that level. And the true shot callers are names that we don't even know. These are the people who travel without passports. Anyway, man, that headache is intense. It is intense. Large homes up on the hill here. See my first chemtrail over there. Pretty thanks filled when we can get so much hours without anything but. There she blows again. There she blows. Okay, Mama. Sure thing. You say so. Hey man, these guys don't play around here with this 80 miles an hour thing. Look at that. I'm definitely not used to it. I'm going 73. bobtailing or traveling without a trailer. You know, I'm getting over in the fast lane and stuff. But I'm not gonna be doing that unless I have to when I'm hauling, you know what I mean? I gotta stick to the right lane a bit more. So I'm not sure why it's 65 through here. I'm shooting tape, bro. Look at that, man. You come flying down that ramp and then you hit your brakes at the end. That's some crazy stuff I don't get. I don't get it. You're not gonna go around me.
I-84 entrance closed.
I-84 entrance closed. What does that mean? Now she's going down at 55. All these people flying up here. Miles before I make any kind of change. I do not know why it's 55. See more of all that construction. I wonder how long this has been going on. I'm always curious about these things because I've seen these kind of projects. I remember being over in Jacksonville on I-10, and that thing was under construction forever. Just forever. Let me jump off right here. I'll pause this, y'all. I'll be back momentarily. Alright, family, I'm back. I had to go to the bathroom so much. I was like, I'm getting off right here. And it was a McDonald's again. Plenty well. In and out quickly. Thanks, Field Lee, not hauling a trailer right now. And I can surely get myself right back up on my own there. Jump right back out on the interstate.
Caution. I-84 entrance closed.
I-84 entrance closed. Well, that's funny, because I'm about to entrance right up on it right now, so I don't know what you're talking about. All this construction, man. It's constant. How are the interstates where you're at? Are they always under construction? Please let me know. I got myself some chicken salad. Baruk Atah Yahuah homemade chicken salad. Ta-da! Which is thank you. Ta-da Rabba. Yapa-asha. Thank you very much, my beauty-filled wife. Hallelujah. Let me get some more air going up in here. Its temperature did jump. It says 93. Wow. Dang, bro. For real? 93? Really? Wow. What's up with that? It's even 65 through here. And we're going 50. So I don't know what's up with that. I'm going to try to get up on this a little bit more here. 60. Road work ended. Massive spraying right there. massive. I took out a fair share of bugs on my way here. Whoo-wee! Windscreen is looking mighty splattered. Okay. 192 miles until we get to make a switch. 313 miles on this tank. Average is at 19.7. Okay. Baruk Atah. I'm not sure for how long until I'm kind of out of this populated area right here. In fact, I'm not even sure what this area is really. I mean, I know it's not Boise, but I'm wondering if it could be. It wouldn't make sense for it to be a suburb. Although I really, I ain't been here much, so I don't know if it's kind of like a megatropolis area or not. Could be, I guess. Told you, it's a lot better to look at the country than the shitey. I don't know. Hey man, go viral, right on. That's cool. I like cool folks. Down to earth folks, Alright, so let's see what's up here. Going 65. We're in the middle, so I feel like we're okie dokie. Oh, and that's my baby probably hearting my message. Replaced the other dude. He's I guess I don't know if you call that deadhead because he has a trailer but no load. I think that's what you would call that, deadhead. I think bobtail is that you don't have a trailer. I don't know. I'm learning. Leave a comment. Let me know. Appreciate it. Now, at some point, I want to talk about this whole fridge and jackery combo because it's probably going to let me down when I need a heater. But I test run a few things on there, and it's been just fine. I ran the fridge from 95 down to 38, which is probably what it's at right now because my chicken salad is cold. The jackery is completely charged. It only got down like, what did it get down to? Maybe 84%. The whole night. Well, it's not really fair to say whole night because I got up at 2 a.m. Probably started the truck at 3:20. But I also tried to go to bed early, so the fridge was running early, so I wanted to make sure that it got down to temperature so I could put all my items in there, all my foodstuffs. Got that Nerlin grass-fed beef staple. My diet, carnivore diet, lost over 80 pounds. year on it. Feel great. Also, like I said, homemade chicken salad. Tata baby. My Asha made for me. Homemade mayonnaise, chicken, spices. The chicken comes from Azure. Azure. You can look into it if you want Qadash chicken, spices, dairy. You find a local drop in your area. Truck comes through once or twice a month, depending on your drop coordinator. Man, there's a lot of RVs down there. Woo-wee! A bunch of RVs down there. That's what we're going with, because to be perfectly frank with y'all, I don't trust the grocer. I don't trust the corporate food system, structure, what have you. It's kind of amazing how there's an assault on chicken and beef when it's literally the most nutrient dense things that we should have in our diet. Crazy. That's amazing, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. A little bit of traffic through here, but I don't think it's going to last that long, to be honest. There's another major Brett's RV and Marine. That's a large lot. I'm just not a fan of like populated areas, bro. You know, I don't dig it. Let me see what she's saying. Yes, I will. Bare minimum. I will keep them in the back of Alma if I have to. That's okay. I love you, baby. Drive safe. Mwah. It's a little bit of a populated area right here, so it's kind of trafficy. So it's a little bit difficult for me to reply to your messages. Sorry, it took me a moment. I'm also trying to get my delicious chicken salad. Thank you so much. Mwah. I miss you too, Yapa. She said I miss you. Oh darn it, how'd I just did that? Dang it. I did it on accident. Yapa, Shah, not trying to call you, just accidentally hit a bump on the freeway, and boom, it made me call you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I love you.
I love you. Do you see us?
I can't see anything right now. I'm on the interstate. The camera's on. I didn't mean to make you get on it. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. I was glad to see it.
Oh, okay. Once.
And it announced you. It said Bunny.
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 I love you, baby. Be safe, okay?
I love you.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Bye.
Bye.
Can you help me and do the button pushing? Thank you. Dang, man. That's the second time I did that, but she was well pleased to see it, so Baruk Atah. And those of you who know my Yapa Shah probably want her to stay on and chit-chat. And she's amazing, you guys. Maybe I should talk about her for a little bit. She's just the cutest thing. Love her so much. I'm so thanks-filled to Yahuwah for the improvements in her health, in her sugar, and all that. It was a near scare. We had a couple times where we really thought that she wasn't going to pull through. Tada Abba Baruk Yahuah for strengthening and healing Ma'asha. Hallelujah Yahuah. She funny. She really is witty and sharp, boy. Abba know what kind of helpmeet I needed, because I have my issues with remembrance of certain types of things. I can recall a lot of scripture, but other things, I don't know. I just have to say, well, maybe that's because I abused substances for so much of my life. I don't know, but she got it. She would, with the genealogies in scripture, I love it when she's on the lives with me, but I also understand, you know, it's not really always her thing. I think she does it because to support me and encourage me, and she loves me, but you know, she wants to be able to have her rest too. And some of my favorite videos that we ever did. Let's talk about space, baby. Females in authority. And Ahaya Yahuah Yahusha, the oneness of the Most High Yah. Have fun. Some fun times. Looking forward to some more fun times too, I'm willing. You know, we get some feasts. Daddy gets out here and earns us some wages. We might actually end up having more time than we did before because of having to work multiple jobs. Still being broke, still not having any time. Well, may Yahuwah Baruk it. Keep us all safe. Deliver us from wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash. A lot of these folks running around out here got devils all over them. Straight up. And the Ruach of Yahuwah rubs them devils the wrong way, and they don't like it. They don't like it. Part of the reason why I feel like they basically celebrated when I resigned from my position. A funny thing about that too, a couple of the beta boys over at that there place having a little competition about who can lose weight. I wasn't a part of that. I would have smoked them fools right on up out of the water. But they saw me go from 268 to like 188. 180. They saw it. Think they ever said, hey, how's that going for you? What you doing? How's that working out? No. Because they got hate. And it never gave them a justifiable reason to have that hatred toward me. That's the thing that causes them to have the most trouble. It's like heaping coals on their head. If ever they come around, tell you a story about what's going on in their life or their household or with their son or their daughter or their wife or what have you, and you're just there, steady, steadfast, Yashar'Al, a rock. Listen, give Qadash advice. What reason did I ever give you to dislike me? You find it odd that I wear tzitzits on my garments? The scripture commands us to wear these tassels on the corners of our garments to remember the commandments. Well, I don't like that. Or I have a different calendar than the Greco-Roman solar loony calendar. Don't you know too, the scripture says that the changing times and seasons. Got a great video out on that too. 7th day changing times and seasons. Actually, there's a whole, there's so much information on the calendar. Look at the playlist called Calendar YouTube channel. You'll see. Wow, that's crazy. It's way too populated around here. What even is this place? Eagle View Top Golf Height. Crazy, bro. $65. Some big old golf thing out there. That's funny. Whatever. Downtown Boise. Oh, there you go. So it was all a megapolis type of situation. There you go. You see? Hey, I didn't know, man. I ain't been through here. I've been to my share of cities, though. That's for sure. See, my theory is that there's a lot of things that go on underground. It's like an anchor for wicked spirits. And that's why you get this high level of crime and lawlessness, murder and rape and theft and all the things that you get above the ground. Excuse me. Well, that's just a theory. So we're going to go to Twin Falls, or we're going to go towards Twin Falls. Still got another 173 miles before we can even switch off to 86. Got 300 miles of range on my tank, so we're looking well there. Just watching these guys close. Some of these people make abrupt changes in decisions, like they're not paying attention. All of a sudden they're like, ah. So it's like. Stick to the right. We ain't going downtown, that's for sure. Overland Road, Cole Road, 50 mile an hour, 265. Now it should start to thin out after probably a good 5 or 6 minutes. That's actually just a guess because I have not been here before. I think it's very well that I don't need to get fuel around here because I don't think it would be that great of a price, although I could be wrong. Okay, see, there's a big old Mormon temple right there to my left. A huge golden angel on top of an obelisk. already starting to thin out right here. So huge RVs, ddrv.com. And they got a bunch right there. They got a lot of Class A's, is what I've seen, but they probably got more going back. Dang, they do got a lot of Class A's there. Oh, there goes a big toy hauler. Momentum, triple axle. Man, food is medicine, mashpaka. Right? An apothecary of earth. Herbs, spices, clean meats. Making me think of that meme. I've seen the meme where the lady was like, ew, raw milk, that's unhealthy. And then on the other hand, she's over there drinking a Pepsi and eating Doritos with a big smile. Upside down and backwards, a world that calls poison clean. Clean poison. Yeah, see, these people are getting all antsy. They're wanting to change lanes and be all silly. You gotta watch these folks, man. My discernment is that they're not even themselves. A lot of them. I watch people's performance deteriorate, their decision, their critical thinking, their attention span, all kinds of things. I'm like, dude, that ain't even like you to be that absent-minded. It's wild. But it's part of the tribulation. And you see all the lawlessness increasing, right? Cold-hearted, lovers of themselves. Seekers of pleasure more than obedience. Yep. One of the things I'm going to need to figure out on the road is how and where I'm going to rinse out my coffee kettle and my dish, my food. I don't want to use my water for that necessarily because I need it for consumption. Here's another big RV lot right here. Wow, look at that. There's all fifth wheels. Is that GTW? Is that what they call that? Whoa. Something. I don't know. It's all industrial area. Boise right here. I guess we'll have to call this the South Side. Glenn's Ferry, Twin Falls. I missed it. How much it said. It's alright. Go see it again a few times. Now we're back up to 80, so I'm just gonna get up to like probably just like 73. Settle in right here. See, all the chaotic stuff went away. I mean, that don't mean that you're completely in the clear or nothing like that. You still gotta watch out for folks. But it's a different spirit at work in the major cities and stuff. Heck, Boise, I mean, no offense, but That's not Chicago. I can't even imagine. Part of the reason why I chose this route too is, yeah, I'm going to see Aki Mat, but also like I wanted to continue to stay south all the way across so I could just go north up into Goshen and not have to come down around Chicago and whatnot. So I'm curious to see how that goes. I feel like it's going to be very well. I wouldn't have minded to be able to keep that route normal, but it's probably not going to be as well with a trailer on some of those roads. Oh, which is Vietnam Veteran Memorial Highway. You see that guy? That way that guy just flew up, and he had room. But he just wanted to come over. It's crazy. Utility trailers. So Abby's getting her MPG back up 19.8 right now, family. I'm going 500 miles and just shy of 20 miles a gallon with the hills and the wind that we had earlier. I have to say that's a win. Baruk Yahuah. Baruk Yahuah. That is very well. Very well. And so this is where you get, you got a lot of land, but you ain't got much that you want to look at. So I'll have to see how it goes. There's plenty to keep you interested looking out the window. There's always stuff going by. I would encourage folks too, like, sometimes you might want to just mute the sound and just check out the view. When you're traveling, sometimes you just like look out the window. I like to do that sometimes, but I actually rather be driving. But my child will do that. She'll just be sitting over there looking up. I'll be like, "What's wrong, baby? Did I do something wrong? You upset at me?" "No, I just want to look out the window." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Oh, it's funny. That's that PTSD. You should call it PTRD, post-traumatic relationship disorders, where you're always thinking that you've done something wrong. And a lot of times you had done something wrong, but not all the time. Okay, 113 miles it says, and this one's going 161 miles. Okay. Right back on over here. Bing, 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 bing. Excuse me. Oops. You know what I just did? Oh, it don't matter because I thought I just accidentally closed my navigation. But it's still open anyways. Dang, it's looking rough over yonder, y'all. Kind of almost like a desert over there. Barren wasteland, wilderness. 90 degrees. Dang. I didn't know. Did you know? I didn't realize it was that hot over there. try and see how much it would take, how large the tank is, because I don't even know. Yeah, if you know, leave it in the comments. How large of a tank is a DEF 2017 Chevy Silverado 3500 HD? I'm gonna get boxed in. Santa Fe, come screw me over, dude. Your kitty cat stickers and your Pegasus decal. Trying to see it coming. Had to get over in front of them earlier because there were two large trucks hauling. Looks like they're hauling roofing material. Way in motion. Way in motion. Commercial farm trucks must stop. See, I've never gotten a scale ticket, but I need one for my orientation. And I don't know if that's like, do I have to pay for that? Do I have to look for a cat scale? Or do I use these, I guess, state-funded weigh stations? I don't know, you guys. Again, drop it in the comments if you know. Hey, weigh station is closed anyways. And literally, I feel like I just ran over a scale. But that's not like it's giving me a printout or anything. So is there something going on with the weigh stations all being closed? Like, all the weigh stations that I've been seeing are closed. Pretty much from I-90 and 405 area all the way to here. 500 miles. 3 states. Yeah, you're gonna hit me. I don't like how it hits. At all. Who does, right? Well, at least you can see. Dang, you can even see snow on the mountains way back. There's some on this side too. This area right here, flatland, bro. Savage. Oh, beast of the field, what's up? Steer.
President Trump is making these comments on his social media platform, it's evidence that President Trump was disingenuous when he talked about peace, that he's continuing right where
It started that video over. I really can't do with that anymore. Just saying. We spent a lot of time on that. I'm going to shift to some of what's going on in Gaza, West Bank, and other places. Sometimes I listen to this Al Jazeera to get perspective outside of the what's being fed to the American society, what's being fed to other lands. Remember, it's all still propaganda. You don't change the news channel and then start getting truth. That ain't how that works. Just different flavors of the same control. Right? I guess that's something that people need to kind of figure out and come to that understanding and that realization on their own. It's not enough just to tell them, like they need to realize it for themselves. They need to see it for themselves. Anyway, I could go, let's see, if we go like this, and then go like this, and then we pop up. I'm going to make this full again. Let's just see.
Here's how I cut my insurance bill in half from a
Yeah, how about no, dude?
And if they were not on a medication, and I think that's a big misconception. And the other point that I want to make is, yes, the food industry is culprit, but we currently have a severe problem of obesity. Even if today we change the food industry, it's going to take several generations for us to see improvement in our health from changing the food industry. But at the moment, we have an acute, severe problem with obesity worldwide, and we have treatment for it. So yes, I think eventually the food industry has to change, but that's going to take generations for us to see results.
So that's not true. But, when people are all about the quick fix and the easy solution, hearing that makes them think, oh, that's not realistic. We're not doing that. It's utterly false. And the idea, everything around the programming of nutrition based on calories and saturated fats, and like all the way they do it. No, man. It's about toxins and inflammation. It's about overly acidic vessel, body, a breeding ground for bacteria. Yep, it's literally about systemic health and not just caloric input, and like literally, dude, like the animal fats are nutrient dense and healthy for your brain and other vital organs, but they got you all convinced that that's the thing that's causing problems with your heart. Disinformation / misinformation / fake news, whatever, is so deeply embedded that you have generations generations of people who've been programmed to repeat narratives that are false and believe them, and so they're not aware really of the harm that they're doing, but they're dang sure getting paid by the system to propagate that information. There go another triple trailer, heavy haul load. Yeah, I wonder how that goes. And so how is his GVWR 80,000 and he's got them 3 trailers? I don't quite understand that, but I'm anxious to learn more about some military vehicles going right there too. Ruach Ha'Qadash.
I'm going to come to you in a second. I see you nodding your head. I just want to look at the map. As you can see on this map, more than 30% of the adult population in the orange countries are obese. Some of those countries are the United States, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, South Africa. We also have Australia and New Zealand, and in the Gulf and Middle East, there is Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, Turkey, and Romania in Europe. Bueno, are countries doing something about this? Are they tackling the food industry?
Sorry. Yeah. Pop up ad.
Two things are happening at the moment. So this year we are going to have the 4th United Nations High-Level Meeting on Non-Communicable Diseases, which is going to happen in Geneva. And these usually are meetings where governments come together and decide what are going to be the next priorities for global health and for other relevant policies across the world. So what we are seeing now is a lot more countries are beginning to recognize obesity as a disease and obesity as a chronic problem. However, in the zero draft of the declarations or the negotiations to be had in lead up to the world.
You know, another thing that I appreciate if you leave information in the comments is like, you know, there's some kind of time restraints on like how long you can play clips and then do commentary and whatever. I mean, everything about this channel is not for profit. Just adults assembling together. It's not for children. Sharing information, ideas. I want to know what you know about the restrictions, like copyright infringement restrictions, and like, hey, play this news clip and then talk about it. I'm not even for sure that that's legit a thing, but I've heard other channels and other people talk about it before, and they do like pause, or they'll even change the playback speed of clips. I don't know. The laws are bizarre, to be honest, but I would like to kind of know so I can steer clear of any potential issues with that. My brother left a comment. If you get tired, rest. I appreciate that. I know I'll be alright. If I do legit get tired, I will legit rest. It's just a returning kiss to my shop. you, Aki. I'm not going to answer right now just because how I'm traveling, but I will see you soon. I'm willing, Baruk Yahuah.
Out in the United Nations.
It's good to have you with us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, Israel approves a massive expansion of settlements in the occupied West Bank, risking possible sanctions. The legal battle over Harvard's international students. A U.S. judge extends the block on the Trump administration's moves against foreign recruits. And from rubbish to resilience, a small island nation in the Caribbean is proving that grassroots efforts can make a big difference for the climate.
I'm just being a little bit cautious with some of the sound clips, right?
Desperation in Gaza is growing as thousands of Palestinians are searching for food to feed their families. There have been multiple explosions near a newly opened distribution point in central Gaza, run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Palestinians are having to walk tens of kilometers to find food.
We have come a long distance, around 10 kilometers, to take this box tainted with blood.
Man, I have been talking about this thing for 2 years. 2 years. Not every single day or something. But often. It's all delicate topic too. So on some channels, people could just blabble on and on and on and on and on and on and on about this topic. But on other certain channels, maybe where they're just looking for a reason to shut you down, you just have to be like extra cautious, I guess. Think of this situation as being like a thermometer that you put in the patient. You're checking the patient's health, taking their vital signs. Maybe you're checking the rectal temperature or something. Oh, this world's sick. The whole world is completely sick because this is televised in the news every day, and for the most part, folks don't even care. Pretty incredible, really. Triple trailers filled with hay. That is quite the load. And then the media also makes it seem like the only people who care are like extreme, progressive, liberal, campus protesty type. You know. The power of this manipulation machine is pretty incredible. The depths of the, propaganda, the spell casting, what have you. That's one of the things I agree with the guy that was on earlier, who was saying how it's like somebody spiked their drink and they're just like roofie, and then they wake up and the one holding their hand is the one who striker, I must say. Alright. 132 miles, and then I'm going to get on 86. And then when I get on that 86, then I'm going to switch over to the other navigation point that my Yahusha sent me, where we're going to get our next tank of fuel. There goes another one of those cyber trucks. Man, look at that. Pretty ring. Wow, that is so pretty. I don't know what it was. I think it was international. Completely manufactured neighborhood. Manufactured. Huh. This says Garden of Eden at Traveler's Oasis. I don't know if you guys were here or remember, I was talking about that earlier. About the man in like Olympic Peninsula in Washington. Turning all the organic material back into the soil and not using any kind of fertilizers or chemicals or anything. Just growing this amazing fruits and vegetables. That's pretty wild. $94 degrees right here. This area reminds me a lot of Arizona right here. Huh. Sun Valley next right. Imagine that. Sun Valley is like this massive retirement community in Arizona. Might be one of the largest, or at some time was. I don't know. I haven't been there in decades, but oh no, it was called Sun City. My apologies. Sun City, Sun Valley, not the same. Ooh, 7.5 hours to go, guys. Dango dang. Dango dango. Scooch on over here. Big old Walmart right there. Saw a headline or something about Walmart. I was wondering if it was true or not. Maybe you know. I guess something to do with them pulling out or closing stores in the U.S. You guys remember the Jade Helm talks that used to go around. When was that, man? It was like, was that late 90s or early 2000s or something? And a lot of people were theorizing that they were going to be used as some kind of like concentration camp or access to a tunnel network or something. Amongst other things. And I would say, look, just because this and that didn't happen at the time doesn't mean that it won't still. And so there's that, right? Now I'm yawning. Dozens more windmills over here on this side. In the distance. There's a bunch of those. Makes me wonder, investors make money or lose money in those? Heavily subsidized, right? Without the subsidies and tax incentives, I'm pretty sure they would be massive losses. Didn't sleep well. Had an alarm set for 2 o'clock, but ended up waking up at like 1:30. Got out the door about 30 minutes earlier than I had planned. there's some tribal lands out here somewhere. I don't know exactly. There's somebody walking, pushing a shopping cart, and his big old boy in his dump truck, he just said, "I'm coming right over in front of you." I said, "Okay, yes sir, you are." Locally owned and operated. Wow, buddy. Scared me, that's for sure. There's going another military vehicle over here. Cargo personnel, transport, hauling a trailer. Who knows? Who knows, man? It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. You know what I'm saying? What else do you do? Whew. I got some headache, family. It's going to be a thumper too. I was thinking, hey, the chicken salad and the water on board will help me out, you know. I feel like the truth of the matter is that, like, even like driving like this, is like it's almost like fitness training in a way. Like, you know, you gotta exercise the muscle. You gotta build it up. So it's been very stressful trying to get all the pieces in position. You know, hey, I forget this or that. I got got all the things. Check off all the lists. We have like 3 different types of lists. Checking things off. Stress. And then lack of sleep. Of course, my Yahusha even more so than me, because he's always getting up with the puppies. They can go potty and everything. They're so cute, y'all. They truly are a Baruk, but it's also like that was an RV transporter. I couldn't see the back of the truck. I didn't see any badges or anything on it, but there might be some weather. I'll keep on traversing up through here. Such a hurry, bro, in your Bentley. Genesis, it's a Genesis. It looked like a Bentley in the front end. But seriously, folks are a trip. Stuck on that, like those ones that were way high up on that ridge. How they even assemble those up there? How they transport that thing up there? That is pretty wild. So not only is there concern about, you know, staying warm certain times of year in certain locations, but also staying cool. I did get this little USB powered fan. I know it sounds crazy, but put water in it, so I would likely just keep water in this fridge here, put it into there, put it into the little fan thing. It's only this big, it's a little box. Plug it right into the jackery. I'm trying to remember, it was a minimal amount of wattage that it was taking. I want to say 26, but it could have even been like 39 or something. And it's got 3 speed levels, you know, low, medium, high. And it's got 3 mist levels. Kind of the same thing, low, medium, high. So, heck, we were trying to test it out at home. RV, and it was like we had to turn it off because it was just too cold to be in front of it. You know, like if it's a non-driving day and I'm in the back resting and that thing is sitting here on like a, say, a medium fan with a low mist, just say, for example, actually probably fit right here and blow back in a diagonal way too. It probably would be perfect. I don't want to knock anybody because they want to go out and spend $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on I don't know what some of those things cost, but some of them will take up tremendous amount of space, you guys. And they have multiple ducts, and you gotta have a drain line that goes outside. You pass it through. You drill a hole and put a grommet and pass it through the cab. And you have like one that ducts into a window. So you have to have like a window with a cutout that you can roll the window up. I don't know. I mean, cool, bro. If that's what it ends up being, then it is what it is. But I'm not wanting to jump right out and try that. I jumped right out and got the fridge because it's like essential necessity for me to have food from home. Because even when I am home, it's very rare, very, 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 very rarely that we eat out or get food from a grocer or anything like that. And that's been a slow process that's been going on for years, and it just, just gets to that point where I've shown you enough to understand the weaponization and what's unclean and whatnot. That's alright. Ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for that, you know what I'm saying? So, here go another one of them big old turbines. Can you see out this window? I feel like I said that at least 12 times just today. Sorry that I'm saying the same thing over and over. I just still haven't gotten my answer, but that's because this isn't really live. Excuse me. City of Glen Ferry, King Hill. King of the Hill. Hear that guy on there saying Boonhauer? Boy, tell them when they're going to fish fry, they're going to come around there with that flag and then they're going to falsify everything that's on there for purple and going to leave you all straight. I thought that guy was funny. And the other guy too, the bug guy. Mocking, scoffing, I know. They always got to make the dad be some kind of bumbling fool. You know, who thinks he's cool and all that. Got to perpetuate that agenda that goes back to the Genesis 4:6. Is it Genesis 4:6? Bing bong boom. I'm pretty sure it is, family, but I'm not positive, you know what I'm saying? It's not. Genesis 4:6 is Yahuwah saying unto Cain, why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? We ain't gonna get into that though. So, but it's gonna be a couple chapters back. Maybe it's 3. Yeah, it's around here. And when the woman saw that the tree was ta'ud for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and it was desired to make one wise. Lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and pride of life. Anyway, not necessarily. She took of the fruit and did eat, and gave also unto her ash. That's a dumb her. Man. It says with her, and he did eat. That's interesting. I always thought that we weren't really sure if Adam was there on the scene or not. If she fell first and then came and shared it with him. Because he would have most assuredly had a responsibility to steward over her and to obey the commandments of Yah and to lead her in that righteousness as well. It's even more convicting if he was there when she partook and he didn't stop her. Even a comment like that is controversial in this sick upside down society because it's like, you know, triggered, bro. Triggered. It's triggered. Paradise Road. And the eyes of them were open, and they knew that they were naked. So they were naked and ashamed. Remember that TV show where they had the people on there, and they were naked, and they were not ashamed? How the devil is, man. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Aprons. Ugh. I'm just chuckling because of how things get twisted from the scriptures. Certain builder societies, right? There go another military vehicle right there. That one was reminding me of this game Mud Runner that I like to play at home. I got to play some last night, hauling these trailers of wood through the mud. They heard the voice of Yahuwah walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his Asha hid themselves. Yahuwah didn't hide from them, they hid from him. Don't you hide from Yahuwah. Baruk. Called unto Adam, and he's saying, where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, who told you that you were naked? You eaten of the tree, wherefore I commanded you that you should not eat of it? And the man said, the woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. Boy, boy, boy. That seems to be one of the main things that head of household, so-called leader, spiritual leader, stumbles with. I have my fair share of stumblings in this regard. Is seeking to do, you know, what my Shah is asking of me. thump is falling asleep from being in that position for so long. But like I said earlier, I mean, that's been a great long while that I've been with that on. So I am very well pleased with that. 95 degrees right now. I'm trying to get some air up on that, on the windscreen. Keep the phones from overheating. Circulates through the cab too. I had it on defrost, which is straight up the roof line, and also on the floorboard, but I got shorts on, and that was just getting too cold. Baruk Yahuah. Everything on the truck works amazing. The truck is, I'm pretty sure it was a single owner, like 102,000 miles when we got it. Really did like working with that dealership too, and we were getting a diesel particulate filter error code, check engine code, which had me a little concerned because I was like, oh, that can be, you know, thousands of dollars. And I talked to them about it. And they pulled it back in and looked at it, even though it was technically not under like a warranty. It ended up being a sensor that they replaced. And, you know, they took care of it. So, Qadashayam and Abba Yahuah Baruk you for that. Yahuah Baruk those who Baruk Yashar'Al. So Yahuah said unto the female, Hua, what is this that you have done? And she said, the serpent or the dragon, saying, beguiled me, and I did eat. And Yahuah, Allahim, said unto that old serpent of old, because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle. That's kind of interesting. I just said, well, that Yahuah Baruk those that Baruk Yasharal, but Yahuah also cursed those that curse Yashar'Al. Because you have deceived the apple of my eye, saying, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. So, was he flying around like a feathered serpent before that, or what? What do we think? Kind of seems like it. We can't say for sure the things that we can't say for sure. We can't say for sure the things that the Word doesn't say for sure. But we can palau and seek Yahuah and ask for understanding and wisdom. Walk in righteousness, and He will give understanding to those that diligently seek Him. Allah Yahweh. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed, It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. This is what it is. It is 3:16. Ha! So it's kind of like John 3:16, but it's Genesis 3:16. And this is really substantive for the sisters out here. Unto Yahuah he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man. That doesn't mean that it doesn't mean like, oh, you're gonna really want to be with your husband. No. You're gonna want to be the head. You're gonna want to be an authority over man. Yet he shall have dominion over you, or he shall rule over you, it says. Now just look at this world out here and see how they get so triggered over these kinds of things. You know, because they're sexist or misogynistic or, you know, whatever. Because everything is out of order. It is disorder, chaos. And it's like flipped upside down. This isn't just happened overnight, you know. It's been going on for a long time, family. But we're at the end of it, so it's like really escalated right now. Really ramped up. Beauty-filled country. His story always repeats itself. Nothing new under the sun. I'm so looking forward to meeting my Ach, you know, face to face, with an embrace, a bear hug. Can't wait. 6 hours and 50 minutes, it says. But I got 81 miles to our next exit, so to say. We'll switch from 84 to 86. Got 196 miles on this here tank. And we are getting 19.7 miles to the gallon. Currently going, I got us at 71. I'm gonna bump it up again a little bit more. Twin Falls is 36 miles away. Mentioned that I got a playlist on Trump. A lot of people end up hating me because of the things I say about Trump. But I'm really not trying to win friends and influence people. That's so funny. Ha! Dang, bro. That's funny. You know, I'm a pleaser of Yahuah first and foremost. At least I strive to be. I still struggle, and I stoop down to please people sometimes. And you know, Abba, please don't let me be compromised in my convictions on your Torah. It's one thing to try to, play nice in the sandbox, or, to make certain types of sacrifices for your Yashar'Al and stuff like that. But even that, I need to be stronger. And the man needs to be the man, and you need to step up and you need to lead, and you need to do the right thing, the Qadash thing, no matter what. I'm not saying I do it perfectly, but I'm just saying that's what we should be at. That's the narrow path. That's the way. For real. Boy, it seems funny, huh? Long time ago, I had this job, and I was a manager of an orthopedic shoe store. And I went to school and became a certified pet orthist. A certified pet orthist can make orthotics for ankles and feet. A foot ankle orthotist, basically. By prescription, like. A prosthetist, like the one that makes my leg, replaces an existing body part. An orthotist makes like a brace or support for an existing body part that needs that help. So that's the difference. And a certified ped orthotist makes that support assistance device for a foot or ankle. So you have custom fit shoes for diabetics, arch supports, things like that. You can have like a leaf spring brace that helps lift up the toe if somebody has a dropped foot where they can't quite pick up, maybe a partial paralysis type of situation, or they have a leg length discrepancy where they're different lengths and they need, they need lift and stuff like that. So I was certified, and I was managing an orthopedic shoe store, and I was custom measuring and fitting shoes for diabetics, and we were billing Medicare. And the owner of the shoe store was a podiatrist whose clinic was like right next door. So he would script his patients and send them to me, basically. Measure them, cast their foot, so I can make multi-density arch supports, vacuum formed to molds of their feet. This is a scam. Just from my, I wouldn't say it's an expert opinion, from my analysis, from my observation, it's taking advantage of some existing thing. They probably even closed the loophole by now, but they could get 3 arch supports and 1 custom shoe a year. So we would just do it every year and just keep it going. And who's going to be like, I don't want, a free pair of New Balance shoes and these arch cushions, you know what I mean? And then you can bill the maximum allowable for Medicare, right? And we get these arch supports as like prefab blanks. They would just come in sizes, shoe sizes, and you would put them in a toaster oven, which they're as toxic as can be, family. It's plastic and foam, what a joke. And then vacuum form them over the mold of the patient's foot, with some modifications made to the molds to give extra support here and a little relief there and stuff like that. Plus socks that we would sell. Baruk Yahuah, man, he caught me out of that stuff. And I know that this dude was in it for the money. I'm just going to be real. This is how he was. Everything about him was materialistic, right? And he comes to me one day and he's like, you need to read this book. I was like, excuse me? Yeah, you need to read this book. How to Win Friends and Influence People. You mean how to be a pleaser of man rather than a pleaser of Yahuwah? That's why I chuckle, man. That's why it makes me laugh. Because what he really wanted me to do was be a better manipulator, a better smooth talker, you know, a better sales person. Kind of funny. Oh no, that's just the I'm still 71 miles away. I thought that was me, but that's a picture of the construction workers. See, we're gonna have more construction coming up. You guys know what's going on with the shipping containers out there? The ships of Tarshish. Dude, there's some gorgeous birds right here. Huge. Wow. I don't know if this wow, those were gorgeous. I wonder what those were. Very light in color. Up-tipped wings. Large wingspan. Back home we see a lot of eagles. Bald eagles, you know. I used to see a lot of red-tailed hawks. Dream it. Do it. Look at those dairy cows stacked all up on each other. Yeah. Dude, I don't even ask my shop. I'm like pretty strongly against purchasing milk or cream or anything like that from the grocer family. You know, it's been a while since I seen my Aki too. I hope you got away from that ice cream, man. You don't need that stuff. That stuff is like poison, bro. We don't need all that sugar, for one. Plus, you don't even know. We don't know what happened to those animals that are there. What they put in them. What they put in them. They've gone too far with this stuff now. The pharmakia. Hey! Oh, God! Got a little bit of a sore throat from jabberjawing so much, but it's helping me. It's helping me to pass the time. It's helping me to stay awake, and I know that there's some things out here that I'm saying. I'm gonna help this trucker out. Forgive me, Mama Bear. I got up quite a bit, but I needed to let that Kenworth get over because this guy over here is crawling. And I would never want them to box me in if I was doing that work. That's hard work that they do. I got mad respect for truckers. I kind of always have. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it's true. When you get caught between, what was that, Boise and, I don't know, remember what the name of this town is, something Falls. It ain't Granite Falls, that's back in Washington. Some of you guys probably don't even know what I'm talking about. When you get caught between the moon and New York City. So that, so making a reference. Sometimes you say things and you go, oh, that's a lyric to a song, and then all that programming just sticks. Dude, it's witchcraft. Spell casting. The songs being ingrained. Movie quotes. All that stuff. Scrying into the black mirror. Receiving your programming through the vision, television, however you want to look at it. It's that big old, what's it, Woody from Toy Story, stuffed Woody right there. Perfect example, family. Perfect example. Okay, let me see what these fuel prices are doing right here. $3.29. $3.29. I don't need to stop here, or I would. That's also a dyno pay. I don't need to stop. I'm going to press on to the one my shop found. It's $3.24, so it's even 5 cents cheaper. So let's just see how she goes. Yeah, that one's tied to a True Value. True Value Sinclair combo. Love it. John Deere Campbell Tractor Company. Make tractors great again. Get rid of all these computers and emissions controls and all the other nonsense, please. I don't know if we're going to see a reprieve like that, though. Even the victories that are coming out, the small victories, I think they're just buying time because the bottom's going to drop out of it either way. That's what I was talking about, huh? The shipping containers. Yeah, drop a comment in here if you know what's going on with that. I'll be curious to see what you say and what you know. I mean, to me, first-hand witness is about all that counts for anything anymore, because you can't trust anything that's being reported in the mainstream narrative, whatever. And so, you know, I knew a lady who took the ferry to work, and she took pictures, and I saw that there were no cranes in the port in Seattle that were touching cargo. And to me, that don't make no sense. Like, I pretty much figured those cranes would be running 24/7. Those boats are out there waiting their turn to come unload. Dang, that's a beauty. That's a pretty truck. Here goes more of that military equipment. These guys are pulled over to the side of the road. I don't know what this is, a transport vehicle, large cargo. These other underneath it. There's also a fuel truck and some kind of a Jeep. Well, it ain't really a Jeep, but probably some little new version of a Hummer. I don't know what they use anymore. Either way, lots of people always have excuses for all the things that we observe, but then again, they consume poisonous things and think that they're refreshing. So what are you going to do? What are you going to believe? You know? I mean, I guess the truth is that the more truth that we know, the more separated we are from the rest of society and the world and culture. And if people say that they want the truth, but they actually can't handle the truth. Makes me think of another Hollywood movie, right? That's how it is. Constantly doing that. Imagine being able to grow up and not ever be exposed to that stuff. Just imagine that, family. You know, the main reason I don't like auxiliary jacks is because they come unplugged. This truck has a regular AC adapter style, like your house plug, with the ground and everything. And yet, I got people online telling me that it only has a 150 watt inverter. What's the point of that? I'm actually looking forward to trying to see if it'll even charge my laptop. I don't even know if it'll do that. And so I got to trickle charge my Jackery on DC 12 volt power because the inverter in the truck isn't even like 1,500 watts. What y'all did that for? Chevy? Come on. Come on, Chevy. Gotta like kick that up a notch. I wonder what's in this building. This is a massive, dang, it's concrete. It's like concreted over or what? Oh, you know what it? Dairy cows all stacked up in there. There you go. Woo! There's thousands of head in there. That's crazy, family. No, thank you. And then you wonder why the cow's mad. Dang, mad cow. That's funny. 5.5 hours. Wow. Miles. Look at those puffy white clouds. Those are the kind of clouds I like to see. What kind of clouds are those, y'all? Leave a comment. Let me know. Those are the kind of clouds that I like. Oh, I think I know. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. That's all right. Someone I love very much will probably get a laugh out of that. Cumulonimbus. It's probably not right. Oh, darn it. I don't know. Triple axle. FedEx truck. Massive. Dang. And UPS over here. Bing, bing, bing. Seen a lot of these out here on this interstate. This is 84 East. Oh, there's 3.25 a gallon. But I still got 169 miles left. I don't want to top off too early, you know? Hey, that makes me think about that fuel cell when I get an extra 95 gallons. 95 plus 30. 125? Triple C concrete. Kind of disappointed in Wave right now because I done called and left a message with my recruiter. Should have called me back 2 days now. All of yesterday and today it's already 3:05. What's that? Jerome cheese. Jerome. By Jerome. Work zone 65. That's alright, I'm going 62 for now. How's that? Exit 168. More construction, family. Walmart. There go Peterbilt, Kenworth dealership. Chevrolet right there. gives us lots of things to look at, even though it may not be Yapa or beauty filled. Then you go back up to 70, but you got this construction going on. See, this right here is a perfect example. If this got bottlenecked with traffic right here, oh, you can't even see. Well, it's 2 lanes right now. There's literally not a shoulder. There's like 2.5 feet maybe on that side, maybe tops, and like a foot over here. And it shifts and varies anyway. How would emergency vehicles even get through here? If you know what I mean, if it was, you got the traffic back up. Now I know that ain't happening right here because it's 8 to 405 and all that. Seattle. And I don't want to have to deliver a load over there. I almost intentionally try to steer clear of something like that because it's one of the most chaotic places I've ever seen. I know a lot of people out there have more experience seeing even more crazier stuff than that, and all that really is sad because it shouldn't really be anything that's more crazy than that. It should not even be that crazy. That kind of thing shouldn't exist. How is it that you're going to sit there and spend all those tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars and all those years of studying and everything like this and team up with people who have decades of experience, and this is your concept, this is the best kind of thing that you can come up with? It's crazy. It's crazy. With Harley anyway, man. Harley sold out or do something totally silly. What they do, ship their manufacturing overseas or something. Did they do something like that, you guys? I can't remember. Refresh my memory if you can recall. I think they sent some form of manufacturing overseas or something. Here's it looks like a whole big old mess of RVs over here too. See the navigator says it's 80 through here, but I'm pretty sure it's 70 right now because of the construction. But it's long and flat and nobody in the lanes here. I'm saying Twin Falls to go to the right. I don't know what that's all about, but I'm not going. B-I-S-H Bish's RVs. Bish's, really? Really, bro? Excuse me. More miles. Construction zone just ended. It's flat out here. There's another big bird of prey over there. Swooping around. Yeah, there's still construction going on over there though. Boom, Howard. You want that dang old construction going on. the more reason to appreciate truckers, man. Come out here and put up with that. Mile after mile. Abba, forgive me for every time I drove like a fool around big rigs. Clouds over there. It's kind of interesting, some of these rock formations here. They're not very tall at all. Makes you wonder how long they've been there. No, it's not millions of years. Excuse me. They call that red deer in my house. There's the trailer right out there, all low. Slide out. A boondock? A boondock, boonhour? Off grid, but we get around this fuel tank. I think that's fuel. I don't know how I know from the rear, because I guess it could be milk, huh? We'll find out though, because it probably has some kind of marking on it. I can see it before you, so well, that residue looks. Oh boy, I don't know. Wheel lock LLC, that don't help me either. Dang, I don't know what's in there. Huh. Drop it in the comments if you know, family. Learning. Iron sharpen iron. Iron sharpen iron. See, now look at this. Now we have gulches, like little miniature canyon type things cut out there. Huh. Wow. Makes you wonder if it could have once been like some kind of fortified city. Seen those melted looking structures? They look like they literally got melted with some kind of energy weapon or something. But like when? Thousands of years ago? What? It's weird. Or was it fire and brimstone from the Shemayim, like Sodom and Gomorrah? I don't know, man. It makes me wonder. Facebook, we found the Garden of Eden. No, I'm just kidding. It was a miracle the whole time. Oh, sorry. Sorry. This is funny. Oh, boy. Oasis, Taco Time, Shell. Interstate Oasis. Travelers Oasis. Oh, did it say Garden of Eden right there? I don't think so, family. I don't think that's it. Extreme RV. Even somebody might be taking orders there. But dealerships like this all over the country. Dang, look at this load. We got everything strapped down, looking Qadash. Cinder blocks. Looking pretty green over there, pretty green. Alright, we're gonna be here for a moment. These mud flaps, they're kind of cute. They're like breast cancer awareness month ones. Pink mud flaps with silver ribbons or something. Oh boy. You know all the other big rigs are catching up to us too now. We're getting an explosion in here. We're gonna be in a convoy. I do think that once you make the decision to pass, you dedicate yourself to it. I mean, what does it say we're going? We're going 63 and it's 70 for you. I mean, it's cool. You didn't see me. Maybe it's because you got 2 tankers of unknown liquid. Maybe I can discern what you got now. Glanbia Nutritionals. Is it baby formula? Oh boy. I think I'm getting tired. I think my jokes are tired. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. 36 miles and we're going to switch. Hallelujah. 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 Really curious to see if the coffee's still hot. Probably got another half a pot. Valley Road, Hazelton. Hazelton. Exhaust fluid low. Speed limited soon. Okay, let me take a look at that. Oh, it just says low now. I forgot. It turns on to low at a certain period. I never had the speed restriction thing kick on, and I dang sure don't want to. But I'm actually... be able to time everything in one stop, which I would love to do, obviously. Seek after efficiency and whatnot. But my gas, my DEF, coffee, bathroom break. I really need to rinse out my dish here. I don't know, I might end up having to save that all the way till after Matt's house. What do you guys do to wash your dishes when you're on the road? Where do you go? Do they have places that... I know you got hot water in some restaurants, but not all of them. Like, I go to Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel is pretty sweet when you're traveling across country. Spend several a night. Cracker Barrel. I thought this here was an airport, but it don't look like it. Oh, yeah, there goes a thing right there for an airport. There's also mining right there. What? And then look at all this equipment right here. What? What kind of airport's that, family? Strange. It's deranged. Truck here, crew cab, flatbed. I don't know what he's got on it. It's an external fuel tank and something else. I don't know what he's got going on there. Somebody was asking the other day, like, well, what's the most ideal truck for RV transport? There's a lot of mixed answers. And I was thinking about, I was like, Tata Abba, Baruk Atah, that I got a long box and 8-foot bed because that gave me more room to have a larger fuel cell, the 5th wheel hitch, and a large capacity toolbox. Because if I had the short bed, I might not have as much room. I might have to get a smaller fuel. So I would say that one of the things you want to look at is the long bed. And then if the truck is a dually and you're non-CDL, then you have a higher GVWR on your truck, or GWVR, however it goes, guys. I'm sorry, I'm still learning this stuff, but truck's heavier, so that means that your tow allowable is lower. So that does give you more like stability, but the rated capacity, for example, on the full-ton Chevy single wheel and the full-ton Chevy dually, according to the manual, not, I hate to say it, but it actually seemed like it was saying that the single wheel was higher, which I was like, whoa, what? Really? But maybe that's because it's like the same frame chassis with just a different axle. I mean, I don't know. That's interesting. So some people I've seen say 2,500 because it has enough strength and you can get a larger load because your vehicle, your tow vehicle weight is a little lower. I don't know about that. That's interesting also. Excuse me. But then there's also the crew cab, or probably best case scenario, mega cab. Dodge is basically a crew cab with like an extension too. So seems like possibly 3,500 Dodge Mega Cab long bed could be the beast of burden that you're looking for. But you're going to get a lot of different answers on that, I guess. I reckon. Excuse me. 92 degrees, blue skies. They got some kind of policy with Wave too that once you deliver to 3 different states, you can self-dispatch if you're within a certain radius, a certain distance from the yard, I guess in Goshen. But I know too, some folks will just like check the board, find a couple things they want, then contact dispatch and have until 11 a.m. the next business day to clear the yard. So even if you can't make it that day, you can try to get in and out. This is my understanding. I don't know for sure. I've never picked up a load yet, so I am on my way to orientation. Just talking. He's talking. Kind of want to catch up to that chopper up there, but I don't want to go over. Really. Somebody who knows, because a piece of equipment like that breaks down and it's out of manufacturer warranty and you can't like fix it yourself or hire some, you slowed it down though, but big rig going back and forth. Don't know what he's hauling. Whatever it is, appears to be heavy and tall and completely side to side like. Not that one, that's the one he passed. This one coming up right here. Kind of looks like it's missing a few straps, but oh, it's extended out past the end of the trailer. A solid 8 feet. Joists. BCI joist. Dang, bro. Get her done. Get over because some of these other guys have been having to wait now a long time and they want to fly. I'm not really interested in speed though, okay? And there you go. Construction ahead. 65 miles per hour. So we gonna get to that. 60. And that's my baby. I'm gonna go see what she wants. Just be right back. Alright. Yeah, we just had a little dust devil on the shoulder of the road, but I missed it. I'm gonna try to catch the next one. I know somebody who loves to look at those. Probably a few of us do, actually. So right through here, speed limit 65, and like I'm getting ready to pass this big rig. He's on my right. I got from here to where that one's at right there, and this Tesla just goes and guess where he is now? Right there. Because there ain't nowhere you can go. Mr. I wait for no one, the world revolves around me. Unreal, dude. That's freaking putting people's life at risk so you can gain what? Nothing. Foolishness. Foolishness. Abba, deliver us. Protect your people. Watch over Yashar'Al. Obey the Father and fear Him, family. Be covered underneath His wings, because there is no other harbor in this realm in Ha'arat. See, He just exited right there, and the Ford had to put the brakes. It is what it is. I see it all the time where I come from. Those things are a dime a dozen over there, and they're all like that. Not all of them. That's not true. That's not fair. But a lot. That part is true. Looks like another military. Oh no, that's private. Former military vehicle, but private. Yeah. So I don't know how much miles I got. With this DEF thing. baby calves. Aw, that little babies. Haha. Homeboy's on a four-wheeler with his dog sitting on the fender behind him. Love that. Just watching over the herd. That was cool. I looked it up before, but I cannot recall how far it is. I haven't been able to get DEF at a pump yet in this truck. I haven't done that at all since 2020 actually, in our previous truck. That'd be cool. And then I just hang on to my box. It's probably a lot cheaper per gallon at the pump right now than what I pay for those blue DEF boxes anyway. It's almost like a whole other tax, like a whole other way to profit off it. Remaining and the fuel filter's at 56. So it's kind of interesting. 130 miles on this tank, averaging 19.7. 127 miles. 5.7. I feel like I'm going to be cutting it close. I still think like I'm gonna be okay, but it's a little bit closer than what I would actually kind of like want. Dang, bro, I feel like I've been to that shell before. Did we come through this way? My baby. Did we go through this way? No, we were way up. We were up in the Dakotas. We come through this way before. Sometimes you're just not insane. That's all it is. A lot of wide open spaces out there, huh? A lot of land available. And there's actually like very affordable, long-lasting, efficiency type homes that folks can have. You know, I'm just saying, man, it wouldn't be that difficult. That ain't what they want. They want you penned in the little cities, SMART cities, 15-minute cities, whatever, right? With your social credit score, so guys like me won't be able to buy or sell or trade or do anything. But they gotta have to get to that pretty darn quick though, because I mean either that or I'm just flat out wrong. But if the 7-year clock began in 2020 in March, like I believe, and that I still kind of feel like it's 6.5 plus, not quite 7 times cut short, but around, well, interestingly enough, maybe September. 10th or 12th, give or take a day. That's only 6 and 3 though, so it's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of cut short quite a bit. us, I should say. You can smell the, what do we want to call it? The dairy? Probably call it the dairy. The derriere. Ha! Remember that one? Kind of like a joke, like they make it smell like a derriere and they call it a dairy. They do funny things with the ungity tongue. On purpose, of course. So 84 East would just go on down to Salt Lake from here. Dang, bro. We ain't going that far south, that's for sure. Got that rattling, that's probably my soup can. Ooh. So what's these dots here, bro? You're not very clear about what you got going on up here. So you're making it 2 lanes exit and 2 lanes stay on. Okay. So now once I do this, I'm gonna go into my Yahusha sent me the address for the fuel. Alright? So it's telling me 62 miles, but I'm gonna back out. Ooh. These bumps. Maybe not accidentally call someone again. Here it is. Dang, it was buried back in there. I'm gonna close this one. Open this one in. Come on. Open in maps. What? Dude, listen. Give me my map. Meta freaking weirdo. Exit navigation. What you're talking about, bro? Are you taking me to the gas station? Oh, baby. I wish you were with me right now, because this thing is acting all retarded. Okay. Oh, it says 327. 59 miles. What? Is it? Oh, it could be, because 122 is what I got retained. Yep, and that's a Phillips 6. Dang, that's it. Okay, so that means I need to find out how long feel my ears. I feel the ringing. I don't like it when that frequency thing happens at all. Does that happen to you? We talk about it in my household. We're all kind of aware and sensitive to it. So let's see. Ha! That's so funny. Earlier I was talking about Trayvon from Gambling Chevrolet, where we bought this truck and how he was a help to us. I got an email from him at 3:19. Ha! About 40 minutes ago. That's wild. That's wild, family. Alright. Baruk Atah. Okay, let me see here if I can. How many miles can I drive on low level diesel exhaust fluid in Chevy Silverado 2017. You can usually drive 1 to 300 miles. Well, that's kind of a range. All right, man. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see how she goes. Because if it's that, then I'm probably gonna be okay because I got 56 more to go. But dang, it can't be. If it's the low end of that, I'm probably gonna start getting my speed limit restriction going on. I wanted to try and run it down so I could see how much it holds. But the only way I'm going to really be able to do that is if the station has DEF at the pump. And some of these do. Boy, look at this out here. Look at all this land, family. Come on, man. How much herds could we have out here? If the government of a land was truly for the people, it would encourage and support the people to go and be food independent, to be food positive so that there would be extra for those in need. But they need you to be dependent upon them. Remember, the beast system wants to be worshipped. Right? I will be like the Most High. Clouds are gorgeous. This is like kind of how I remember a lot of the Montana skies too. Like this big sky, you know? That thing's got a loud, sorry. So it's telling me that I'm getting 18. Oh, it's going to jump up here. Yeah, it's 26 now because it's slightly downhill, so it's going to jump up even more. 30, 33. Yeah, I wish I could get 33 miles to gallon in this thing. That'd be something. But my average over the past 400 miles is now at 19.6, and that is going to change because I'm thinking I might get 10 to 12 sometimes on these trailers, especially if I can get a big fifth wheel trailer. I want to get big fifth wheel trailers so I can try to get the best rate of return or miles or Plus, I'm more comfortable with a fifth wheel. I'm sure I will get there with bumper pulls, but I don't think I've ever pulled a trailer by the bumper like that before. Unless I ever did it when I was younger. I just don't remember. But no, I don't think so. Maybe just like a motorcycle trailer or something. Anyway, these ain't motorcycle trailers. 91 degrees out there still. Still not cooling off much. I don't know when the last time I was in the 90s. But Shalum, no, but I was tempted to say when I was in Florida, but probably not that long. Maybe even had it for a little bit in Washington. I don't know though. It don't seem like it to me. It seems like it's mostly dark and mostly cold. I don't mind the cold really though. I kind of like it, to be honest. Not really a fan of major heat, but I've been subject to it for most of my life in Phoenix, Arizona, and Florida. Some of the hottest places I know of, and then Texas too. But anywho, even like here, like think about sleeping in the cab. I think I'd rather deal with the cold. I know some people are gonna be like, dude, you don't even know. Like my bro, man, being up in North Dakota, talking about some like negative 20 and negative 29, I think, or something like that. Bro, that's next level. Like, I can't, kind of does not compute. I don't really comprende. No comprende. That's much. Just a bit much. But if I'm here in the cab and it's in the teens or something, I feel like I could deal with that more than I could deal with like even this 90s or more. And like, what if you're not allowed to drive that day and you're just like supposed to be in the cab? I mean, what you're gonna try to do, go hang out in the bookstore all day or get a room or what? I don't even know. I still don't even know. Hey, look at all those dairy cows up there on that hill, man. That's some smells. I'm smelling them derrieres. Derriere. Get it? I know, I already told that one, but still. More in context now. But anyway, like the logging, right? Because I can actually kind of see both sides of this discussion, but that's not really how I operate. Like, I want to know what the objective truth of a matter is. I mean, your opinion and your reasoning could be profitable, could help open up understanding and stuff like that, but the letter of the law is what actually matters. So when you get done dropping off your load, say I drop off my load in Texas and I've been logging and I'm like, you know, I'm up there in my hours and I'm supposed to have my RESET, or I'll call it maybe a refresh. Like what? How's that work? You like you get a room or something and then log that you're, and log again when you leave and you're going deadhead or bobtailing back to pick up your next load and you're not hauling nothing, you know? Or do you just straight take off the decals and like someone said, you're just a guy in a truck? I mean, I'll tell you what, if I try to say I'm just a guy in a truck, here's the issue, right? I gotta have commercial insurance on my truck. So they say that, you know, like my shop can't drive the truck, or my boy can't be with me unless he's 18, things like this. This is a policy, right? And the officer says, you know, license registration, I show him my insurance, and it's commercial, and he asks me, you know, like, hey, you know, you work this truck? Yes, sir. I work the truck. Oh, you know, want to see your logs or something? Right? And the last thing you logged was in Texas yesterday, but now you're in, I don't know, bro. Where are you at? You're 3 states over, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's the next day, and you're already like 800 miles away from where you last logged. You didn't log it. It ain't worth it. I don't think. I would want to be able to refresh back home. I would want to be able to, you know, you got, well, I think it's 80 hours in 8 days or some such thing. Still got to learn that. But if you could be making your way back home, making your way downtown, and you can do your refresh there, then I would say, well, that's ideal. Like, that's what you want. That's what I would want. You know what I mean? So I want to know, especially if you log and everything, and if you're CDL, yeah, but also if you're non-CDL, right? Because I think it's a little bit different, if I understand correctly, which that probably isn't the case, but there's, okay, so, oh, sweet, Baruk Yahuah, huh? So just so you guys know, I'm gonna give you a little information here. Exhaust fluid empty, refill now. 498 miles until 65 will be my top speed. Bro, I'm only got to go 41. Ruach Yahuah. Hallelujah. I like that Montana plate. It's a black plate with yellow letters. I just saw, I think it's a do not tread on me though on there. And I know everybody thinks of that in a certain way. That's because we don't think of things in the true, long, esoteric, symbolic way. Because we're not programmed to know any of that. You don't know any of that. Coiled up serpent. So there's water right over here. Snake River again. And the Snake River's got some fat parts to it. For sure. That part right there looking pretty fat. Yeah, but anyway, this will be well, guys. Once we get there, I'm going to cut this off and I'll start uploading it. We're already at 6.5 hours. I got to, I'm going to get my leg on, walk around a bit, use the restroom, top off the DEF, top off the diesel. See about maybe washing up the dish, refill the water, because it's empty. So yes, I am drinking water, baby. And coffee. But I didn't drink all the coffee yet. I drank some. Quite a while now. I kind of feel like when you're trying to put in a 12, 14, 16, 18 hour day, you used to do this stuff in emergency. We had a few tropical storms. It's really the H came that I had worked. They had to actually have us come live at the station for like 4 or 5 days. And then you work like 12 or 14 hours and then you go sleep 8 or 10 hours and you go back. Done it both ways. You don't really sleep well at all. one I worked, I was dispatching Rural Metro in Orlando. Very busy operation. 150, 200 transports daily. Total number of calls, I don't even know. 300 or 400? I don't even know. Because you get canceled on a lot of calls, you know? Anyway, they had the protocol such that if the sustained winds get above a certain level, everything has to shut down, so you can't respond. So let's say it's 65 mile an hour sustained winds. Okay, so boom, you got 65 mile an hour sustained winds, guaranteed, right? And something like an event like that, absolutely gonna happen. And they have designated parts for they have designated places for the ambulances to go and park. Just trying to ride it out, you know, like an airport parking garage. And I remember too, they had some places that seemed weird under underpasses, and now I know, and I'm sure someone will know, that's actually kind of one of the worst places that you can be, because there's an effect. I don't know the name of it. Whatever. It has to do with the strength of the wind getting kind of constricted down, funneled down in through that area, and creating like a more dangerous situation. And there are two pretty birds soaring right up there high, and then there's a windmill on top of the hill here, which is actually, you know, I bring them up a lot, and I'm not a super huge fan at all, of course, but that's actually kind of a great looking one if you get a chance to see it. I don't know if you are. Hooey. Some of these guys go flying through here. By the time you get it on the camera, it's going to be behind these rocks. Maybe it did show up. I don't know. It's harder to see it on there than it would be on your screen. And there's a bunch more over there hidden behind. Oh, there you go. Can you see that one? You can see. Oh yeah, you can clearly see that one right underneath my little picture-in-picture thing. Massacre Rocks Road. Massacre Rocks. Really? Massacre. And like, what if that was a wall at some point? Some kind of fortress? I don't know. Just saying. We don't know, but it's just as believable as, you know, billions of years of evolution and shift of tectonic plates and whatever. Oh, bro, make myself laugh. It is pretty right here, right now. I hope you can see. I do hope you can see. Like over here, this is really, I like it. This is 91 degrees, but you know, if I could boondock over there for a while, you need to find some shade though. That's the thing. That'll be difficult right now. Look at that. There's hardly any vegetation that's you know, quote unquote shade worthy. I'm gonna scooch on over here. Some of these guys are hopping along at a clip. Yeah, these things are massive, bro. I mean, I wonder how much gigawatts they're producing. Gigawatts. I don't know. Probably more than kilowatts, right? But maybe they got megajoules. I don't know what they call it. I'm just talking. Hopefully I didn't offend nobody. I mean, hey, if you were offended, then you need to lighten up for real. Pretty sure that I already got rid of the offended folks earlier when I said that the world wasn't a ball or a planet or a globe or whatever. Look at that. That thing is huge. So I wonder how much it's earning. You know? Like, to pay for itself. So that this guy could come by, and now he's just now starting to come up, and there's a U-Haul in front of him. So I gotta have to slow down. Okay, it looks like he realized what he did there. He started to get on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I would have hit that dang trailer. And I mean, get over now like you're courteous, man. Come on, bro. Always the same type of behaviors. It's not a huge thing. It's just like you know, when you're at an elevator and people want to try to like get on the elevator before they wait to see if anybody's gonna get off first. Bug you? That bugs me, man. I feel like that's inconsiderate. I don't know. You should actually wait for the folks to get off first, and then there's more room too, anyway, for you to get on. But like, if you get on and you're going through the door and then they can't get out, you're delaying them. It just don't make no sense. Or people who you're at the mall or something, which, gosh, I haven't been to the mall in a long time, but anyway, let's say there's an open entrance in and out of like a store, and they just decide to stop, maybe even with strollers or shopping carts or something, and they're just having a conversation with other people, and they're literally like blocking the whole way for folks to go in and out, and they're oblivious. That's what I'm talking about. Couldn't box someone in more unless you literally were trying to do it on purpose. Yep, there's a little thing on the dash right there, orange DEF picture, exhaust fluid empty. It says it's empty, not low, empty, right? But it's gonna let you go 485 miles out it. My baby home. Baruk Yahuah. They made it home. Even there was some kind of a weird detour and road closure and everything. Gonna just see this more and more, family. In everything, like travel related, interstates, airlines, air traffic control, like everything. Cargo ships, airports, train stations. And the wrecks too. This here is American Falls. American Falls. America does fall. America is falling. Is falling like a controlled demolition. Like orchestrated by design. Information overload. System malfunction. See this, we were just talking about it. This little Toyota. I'm right behind him. I had to get over because there's a big orange truck right there. Now watch, he'll signal and get over now. Like, I didn't need you to be out of this lane. I just needed you to go ahead and pass if you're going past. You're overtaking two vehicles, remember, so you don't box one of them in. I haven't touched, my throttle is exactly the same, bro. It ain't difficult to predict my speed. I don't know why you're slowing down now. You decided you needed to be in front of us, so be in front. It's crazy. Looks like she sent me a message. She probably sent me some sugar. Sugar nut. Sugar nut. Man, I miss you guys already. Miss you guys already. And little babies, little fur babies at home. There you go. Make sure there's not a little dust devil this time right out there swirling around. You see any? I'm trying to capture them for somebody if I can. That's a cool little Odyssey off-road vehicle there. There's a big old lake over here. What lake is that? Oh no, it's still Snake River too. Dang, man, that thing is fat right there. There's a bunch of there's some dusty things right over there. But they're not really swirling though. Okay, we're 21 miles away from our exit. I'm gonna see what my baby had to say, and I'll be right back. All right. Just want to hear my Honeyma baby's message and give her a reply. All is well, Baruk Yahuah. I'm very curious to see what this station is going to be like. Oh, they won't pass me on the right hand side. They don't want to give me a chance to get back over. They're just in such a hurry. That's alright. You can pass me on the right. Seagull Bay Rec area. Next, right. Well, get over now. 17 miles. And then we'll see if I can get my original route to come back up from the link that I sent to my email. Because I took the route that Google gave me, but I edited it just to stay away from certain types of areas. It ended up being that it was keeping me more on this Vietnam Veteran Memorial Hospital. Slow down for this storage vehicle. Look, now he want to go. Oh dang! I thought he was going to go cut off the other car. Remember, guys, when you merge, you need to match yourself to the flow of the traffic. You know what I'm saying? You don't expect people to slow down. Now he's going ripping off quick. He came up in here all dragging tail, getting up in my way, and then he blasts off. So go figure. You can't figure things like that. They don't figure. Ain't no figuring it. I like this truck. I don't know if you can see it, but it's got the same hood scoop as mine. Especially that looks pretty darn close to this year. That might be a couple years newer. GMC. Ruach Ha'Qadash. How much? Oh, you're not gonna let me. Oh, it won't let me see. Oh, that's not cool, Chevy. You shouldn't do that to folks, man. So now I can't even see how much miles I have left on my current tank of fuel, because you want to make sure that I see a message that I already done seen it. I read it. Okay. Exhaust fluid. Yep. That's jacked, bro. Anyway. Well, now my fuel level is dangerously low. Well, thanks for letting me look at it. How are you going to restrict my ability to view my gas because you want me to see the DEF only? That's some jacked up stuff, bro. So I got a orange light on the DEF and an orange light on the diesel tube. Baruk Yahuah. But when I get done, I'm gonna have full both. Hey, look, it's Rainbow Road. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Gonna have to play some Mario Kart when I get back to you. Love you. Oh, that's my Yahusha sending me more messages. Let me check it out. I got 13 miles. Some of these guys out here start kicking up dust when they go. Off-road vehicle is pretty cool. Huh? What? She's so cute. Ha! No, baby. No, I put some of the chicken salad in the heat me up dish, glass dish. You know. That's kind of like I could just put some egg salad in there and eat out of that, and put some chicken salad in there and eat out of that. But the main one I put back in the fridge, which is doing great. Jackery is completely charged. The fridge is at 38 and rocking. All's well. The truck is doing great. Tada Ava, Halal Yahuah. And the chicken salad was super, super yummy, baby. Mwah. She said, "You ate all the chicken salad?" No, I didn't eat all the chicken salad. It's literally like this big of a dish, family. Like this deep, this big. I took like that much. I think it's probably like 4 helpings in there. I mean, I could eat all that on my nose, but I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to steward like that. Very first meal out on the road and devour up some big chunk of my rations. No thanks. I'm gonna probably end up purchasing some stuff. Probably when I get to Goshen, I get the hotel, and I might go and get like a steak or a burger or steak and eggs or something. I was hoping that they would have a restaurant at the hotel because it's an Amish run hotel, and I don't know that much about it, but I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't alter their animals the way the rest of Babylon is. Side sick, apparently completely sick. Twisted upside down, backwards, inside out. Okay, so that's interesting because right here, oh, let me check this out. Okay, it says 331. Oh, wait. Oh, 339. No, we're not doing that. Because I'm thinking it said 327. I've been seeing a lot of these Sinclairs down this way. First place I fueled up today was a Sinclair, and it was well. I thought that was pretty Qadash. Dig it. Plus, I like being on tribal lands. I wanna meet with some elders and tribes. I know they might not want to meet with me because don't know, they might. It all comes down to, see, I don't think they're like this. I don't think that they would judge a book by its cover. I think that they would reason each man according to his fruits. I believe that, especially elders. You know? But out here, all these folks judge it by appearances, man. And it's like sick. Like, if you don't play the reindeer games and worship the same idols and whatnot, then you're a pariah. Got time for that. I want to talk to a man who's about his family, his people, his land, his access to food and water, and being able to be his own. You know? That's what's up. That's what we should all have. Comes from our Creator. And I know they don't always have the rod, they don't always have the names and this and that. But they actually do have some traditional practices that align themselves with the scripture. And those things that I mentioned, they can understand that. They can understand giving praise, honor, and respect to the Creator of heaven and earth, right? What they would call a great spirit. And to clean water. And to healthy beasts of the field. And like these sorts of things, they understand. Right? Protecting our ladies, our wives, our female. Right? Training up our children to be respectful and honor and bold and independent and capable, all that stuff. That's straight up Yashar'Al stuff, man. And they're all about that kind of stuff. You know? Even a lot of these other tribes that you see, Inuit peoples, just people scattered all over. All over. And then they'll go and do something like drink blood, and you're like, ugh. But that's because we fell away. Of course they have error, because we are under generational cursing for our disobedience, and the ways were lost to us and were displaced, you know. That's why they have different forms of creature worship too. It goes back to the worshiping of fallen angels, spirits, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. You either worship the Creator and Sustainer of all things, or you're worshiping idols. It's no other thing. It's either the narrow path or it's error, right? But all this stuff, like take another thing, deception, right? Some of these people intentionally deceive, manipulate, speak falsely. That's not something that is respected or honored in the First Nations, right? No, it's not. 3.4 miles. Baruk Atah. Baruk Atah. May Abba Yahuah Baruch you and keep you, make his face to shine upon you, in your house, in your Asha, or Ash, and your Ban, or, darn it, now I can't remember the word for daughter. Son or daughter, like that. Your house, you and your house, because as for me and my house, we shall serve Adonai, Yahuah, our Yeshua, Yahusha HaMashiach, by his Ruach Ha'Qadash, the placed apart spirit of Yahuah. Baruk Yahuah. I don't know what this place is, man. It says Yellowstone Avenue is where I'm jumping off here. 1.8 miles. Yellowstone Avenue. Ruach Ha'Qadash. Between the vehicle fluids and the bodily fluids. Give my leg a little rest. I need to walk around and get some blood pumping. And I gotta flip back and see how far away I am from my Aki's house in Wyoming. I can't wait to see Ruach River, Ruach Mountain, Ruach Lake. If I get to see all that today, I don't know. Maybe not. Abba knows. I'm looking forward to it though. So, see you in the comments. See you on the next one. I'm just gonna let that thing ride until I stop. Take a look at this little town. This here is Chubbuck, Pocatello. See a Walgreens, a Petco, a Motel 6, a Wendy's, a Arby's, a Burger King. Everybody's got their signage out. Shell station. We gotta come up here and go to the right to get to Phillips 66. My mother's father used to work at Phillips 66 near Salt Lake City, Utah, way back in the day. Alright. So I gotta go up here and go to the right. Let me get through this light. 35. The road's gonna split. Lane's clear. Check. Check. Microphone check. Chickadee check. Whoo! My headache ain't playing though. It ain't playing, family. Abinu, your chasad, Gil and Shalum. In your Qadashayam of Yasharal. Hey, look at this. Is an FBI building over here, family. Federal Bureau of Investigation. And the diesel's $3.29, but that's okay. I ain't for feared. Even though it told us $3.24, it's a little bit more, but that's all right. I'm gonna come around over here to this pump on the left, so Mr. Dodge can get that one because he was eyeballing it first. Out of respect, much respect for the Ram, man. I don't know. What do you guys say? You pay inside or you pay at the pump? I like to pay at the pump with an app, but if it's you know, use your wallet kind of situation, I don't really think I want to do that. Hey Aki, Matt, I see you send me a message. I'm gonna get to it momentarily. I got a few logs already on the fire here, so I know that you understand because you're the man. I love you, Ak. I'll see you soon. Shalom, mashpaka.